right, that one. I reset everything and that worked. That one worked. I think that worked. Shit, I sound like I got a. Sound like I have a. You can tell that I'm doing what? I'm handicapping my voice right now, for lack of a better word. Sweet. I'm doing this weird thing with my voice where I'm sending my voice around my vocal cords, like to the left of it. I'm like nursing my vocal cords. If that makes any sense. All right, this worked. This is working. Okay. Check 1, 2, mic check. I think we're live right now. Trying to get on for like a half an hour now. I can't. This is the third time I've tried to run this stream. Check. Trying to get the stream fucking up before 9:30 in the morning. Hey, what's going on, Vi Princess? Sorry, I'm still having a little bit of after effect of AWS being down yesterday. I think it's just that my computer hasn't caught up, or the servers at Streamlabs have not caught up, possibly. So I've had to reset everything in my house a few times. This is the third time for me this morning. But I think everything's caught up now, so it looks good. Right into the trigger screen. Okay. So, yesterday was the end of the world. AWS was down. And look at that nice, beautiful move. Now, we knew this was going to happen already. We didn't need to be told that. We warned people that Friday into Monday would be a big old gap up day, right? Now, this morning is another story. I want to show you something here. Mute this here for a minute. This morning's a little bit different. We should go higher. I'll just say that right now. We should just go higher today, and for two reasons. One, because I'd like to see, well, the first reason is this. Let me show you why. This is the place right here. So get rid of this. And the door to, I think we said this to you on Thursday or Friday. It was Friday. It's Friday. On OPEX day. Or the day before OPEX, and then the day of OPEX on Friday, 67 and 67.50 are opening. Or they were opening as of Thursday close, Friday, OPEX. We know that Marco is up here. There's a fly in the ointment, though. And we should go up here today. Under all normal circumstances. But today is Vixpiration Eve. And we have been selling, like for 1-2 days, violently on Vixie Eve, not on Vixpiration. So I think I posted on Twitter this morning, time to hand stare the market right where we are. So oftentimes we'll have these unclenches on Vixpiration. They last one day. And then we go back to normally scheduled programming. Now, a lot of ball gang and bears want to see not just one day. They want to break free of trend, market trend in these moments where the market can have a potential of a weak window of, for lack of a better word, weakness. Some of these windows of unclenching is to the upside, as you can already see, right? So you have to pay attention to that today and be aware of that today. Now, why am I saying don't just sell the opening bell immediately, which I'm assuming a lot of you want to? It's already 9:28. A lot of you probably want to sell the bell. I would be using your rules today to sell that bell personally. And the reason I'm saying that is because we went up so high yesterday, which we expected to go this high, admittedly, but we went up so high into that expectation that we opened, like we had the open doors to trade this and this. Not so much this. This is actually red. I'll put Marco up here just to delineate, but this is kind of a red up here. This is green. And this is green. But why am I saying this? Like, don't immediately sell a bell is because we had open doors to the upside as of late Thursday, all day Friday, over the weekend, then today. So we could experience some violence to the upside a little bit. Now, we should have got it. I wish we had it in the overnight because we could have sold it. But the other fascinating part is that we're in the 70s now. And if this door is open to trade the 70s, it brings up a bunch of questions. If we're trying to trade this up here, you could be looking to either buy this down below here this morning or end of the day or something like that, these 70s to trade this. And then another outcome here would be that we open and just squeeze up, trade 76, 78. Then we get our downside move, our unclench. And then we pick this back up to actually attack where Marco is. Okay. I don't think we get to Marco today at the bell. I don't think that we do. But I think that there's some potential here for some quick upside move and then the roll. And I would just watch it closely. People were trying to buy puts on yesterday's close. I didn't like that trade. I think I mentioned that on Twitter yesterday, so you could all get the message. Just off the close, I didn't like it. As a matter of fact, I only liked like a call spread possibly, or sit flat and sell the market today. I didn't like the idea of selling the market, front running selling the market yesterday into the close. So I think if you to title this video today, it would be hand stare the market. You take it off cruise control. You put your hand on the crank, on the wheel, or on the whatever it is you're driving, your big the rudder control, whatever it is that you're on. You more or less hand stare today. You don't just. It's not quite a binary event, but it kind of is. VIXE, VIXpiration. What's noteworthy is that you can predict and use charts and indicators and all these different things. And on VIXpiration, man, shit just goes the opposite of everything you think is going to happen. It's almost like, it's Halloween too, right? It's like the killer comes in, kills everybody, takes the plastic off his body. Was it American Psycho? And then flips his hair backwards and he walks out of the room and you're like, what the fuck just happened? So just be aware that that's looming. Be aware that like today, tomorrow, some real fuckery can take place. So I'm going to give you what the expectations are. Let's just start with that. I was going to do this and send it to you, but then I'm like, no, we'll just do this together because how do I write this in words? So what we'll do is we'll talk about this closely together as a group. I almost made this stream private this morning too, for the community, so that only they would have access to it because it is important stuff. But I'm like, like you could get taken to the woodshed today. If you're like, no matter who you are, you could be taken to the woodshed today. So I'm like, yeah, we'll make this public. We don't want anyone being taken to the woodshed. So what you want to do is you want to start by following what? As normal, your rules. You're buying pullbacks to the hour and half hour trigger. And that's only if you see a constructive price action, right? So we're going to start with that. You don't want to get taken to the woods today. You can see this here. This looks beautiful, right? Under any normal circumstance, this looks very supportive for upside, doesn't it? This does not look conducive at all to a downside move. If you go to an hourly basis over here, if this is just a normal day in the market, you're like, yeah, this is all going to hold. Everything here is going to hold. It's great. Look at this. We're going to destroy all these bears up here. And you're walking into the market today, you'd probably think that off the top of your head. Not so much for me. We'll see. We'll talk about it here in just a minute. So I'm going to show you where we should go. And then I'm going to show you what I think happens. Snap a little line here at 10 a.m. for our flows, right? Snap another line here for 12 p.m. for flows. Oh, by the way, if you're Beyond Meat gang, hope that my shit's not on fire right now. I was pretty happy this morning. Just take a look here. Make sure my shit's not on fire. Uh-oh, I still having issues with. Why am I still having issues here? Oh yeah, baby. I'm still happy. Oh yeah. So we got the little one tag down here. Put that one down there. Put this one right here. We're going to take a look at the 30-minute velocity and see if there's anything to beyond, baby. Uh-oh, I'm still clicking. Just a few notes to you here. So I'm still might be having some After Effects issues with. So you can see we're a little long in the tooth in the hourly here. Might be a little bit of a bump here and then a roll. But just notice this daily or hourly velocity is a little long in the tooth here. So you can have like a little bump up and then a down move and then up. So you want to be careful of that. Hourly velocity is saying don't trust the upside. Any upside, don't trust it. It's just begging to be sold. The other thing I want to look at here is this one right here. And this is the one issue I have. So it's this one. I think it's this one right here. This little bad boy right there. Let's go look at this one. Oh man, beyond. Yes. Okay, so what do I have us doing here today is going up. If you don't know, I'm going to tell you right now. I've got us going up. I've got us trading. Where's 675? This one right here. I've got us going up to 673. Nope, 673.69. And then something like this. Tight here. Right about R2, right about there. Check this. Move that over. Got us going up here, up here. Got a little bit of this down here. See this right here? You got up, right? And then down right here. And then up again. 1, 2, 3. This could actually be it for tomorrow. We might have VIXY tomorrow. And then this upside move right here. We'll leave this one dotted. I think I have that right. There. This is Tuesday. And then this is Thursday. Now, the one thing I'll say about this is I do not trust. I do not trust this trade at all. And I think that it can fail. And that's my one issue here. So we're going to draw this one down. And this one's going to jackknife below this support right here. There's your halfback trade right here. There's your plunge to the 4-hour. Now this I would put, so you can see it here, right? So we're up. And the 675 sellers come in. We hit 668. Yeah, 668 here, 71, maybe slightly underneath it. Yeah, you like hit the 4-hour and then the roll. You should smash right into that right there. Something like this. Now this here, I want to make it dotted. And what's interesting about this is this. I said to you earlier, you want to trade the 70s, right? That would, should stop us on this downside move, maybe to here at worst. And then we're up and out of here. There's your daily trigger. If we roll right now, if we don't do this move here and we start rolling right here, I would say that that is easy. And to be honest with you, a little bit deeper. See that a little bit deeper in here? Just blasting down here. I would really like to see that. Like I really want to see that, right? That all-time high. Shank it to the downside. And then you actually fight Marco. He's not here. He's up here, but just the all-time high. And then down. And then we come up here with some force. Not only that, we need, I think that we need, let me get rid of these pivots for a minute. I think that we need daily velocity up here. This is November 1. You can't see it, but that's November 1. You're out of volatility, middle of, you're like out of volatility. Maybe you're sucked in here. And then your daily trigger rate comes down a little bit, but then the daily trigger will help you to get up and into December, is my point. And Marco is sitting right here. So you kind of need this to get by this guy and his friends. No, they're already trying to sell it right now. My fear here is that so you got so anyways, you got this one right here, right? I got this one right here. The other way to look at this would be You get your expiration jackknife down. All this goes away. You come back on Wednesday, and then the bigger one down here. 1, 2, and 3. That's your alternate count. I will put this one in for you, but we're not trading this just yet. We're going to trade this one for right now. Okay. And I'm going to give you the alternate count here too. That would be where we get the high. Right here. It's wrong. Wednesday. Close. 1600. Whew. Down there. This is the alternate count in here. That's your alternate count. But it's not where I think we go. Let's check this again. That one. Well, this could be the unclench to this is 66, 67, 68. See that plunging straight down. I don't think you need to get that deep. You just need to get right about there, and then we can go deeper afterwards. And there's your blast that right there, and then maybe down just like that. Back up again. And there's your seller. We already know these sellers are up here. We already know these guys are right here. Right in here. I would not be selling this unless we're underneath this. You can see them right here. Just so you can see this right here. Selling here, 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 but we're above it. Let's see, we're above it right now. We're up, over, bouncing, bouncing. Don't sell this yet. Not yet. Put this like right here. 12. Wonder if I should get out of Beyond right now. Let's go over here to a 1 minute. The fucking like hourly velocity does not look good. I'm gonna move that over now. Over here. It's one of those fucking days where it's like, we need to know about this line right here. Just check this over here, make sure I got this right. Here. And there. It came right in here about that. That came in here right there about that. Back over here. Front running the VIX expiration. You can see him right there. This is the 70s right here. This is to trade the 70s right here. We start blasting if we lose this. Don't sell this just yet. Not yet. And also note that there are a lot of sellers from yesterday's close. There are a ton. So if you're listening to people out there telling it's going to sell, don't believe these guys just yet. They sold literally the close yesterday, so their puts are on fire. If they bought puts, if they sold calls, they don't want us going up at all. So just be careful of who you're listening to today. This morning. Hang tight for a second here, guys. Am I off stream again? No, I'm still here. Okay. God damn. There you go. People are piling in. Right on. Good to see y'all. What's going on out there? Don't sell this yet if you're watching. Do not sell this just yet. We can sell it. Just don't do it yet. Normally, I would say sell the fuck out of this. If we had gapped up overnight, I'd been like, sell it. But just where we are with price, the knowing that the windows are open higher, or the doors are open higher, that we traded into the 70s. I want to sell like, if you want to know, I want to sell like 76, 75 maybe, 74 and a half, something like that. I wish we were there in the open this morning. So my fear here is that we gap even today. And that's your expiration sell. And if it's not, if we're going to start selling it right away, I still want to I want to get underneath this. I want to get underneath this at least. What we can do is we can take this down, and then we'll go on the alternate trade to the downside early. Until that happens, though, don't fucking sell it. That's my warning to you if you're a bear. Not yet. Almost, but not yet. Then we got to wait and watch the 10 a.m. flows. So we'll see what happens here at 10 if they start selling or not. But I don't see it just yet. I want to say that it's going to happen for you if you're a volatility gang and you're watching the show right now. I know what you're looking for. I get it. I know you've been waiting patiently. Bitter end, right? I go through this every week. Like calls and shit. I'm waiting till like 4:15 on a Friday to get paid. So same thing goes for you if you're volatility gang. What else is going on? I think I'm gonna sell Beyond here. I'm not sure, but I think I'm gonna sell it. If any of you know, I've been adding Beyond for. I think I started adding at $1.60. I added at like 82 cents and 60 cents and stuff like that. So I'm pretty low on this fucking ticker. I feel like it's making up for real good food. Like now I'm even with real good food to some extent, which went to the pink sheets, I think. I think it's in the pink sheets now. So I might be taking the money and running here on Beyond. People have targets on Beyond of $10, $9, stuff like that. They're looking for that $10 target, so $12.50 they'll say, and $8.50 to sell. I don't know. It looks like it's in the same fucking trend it's been in. It looks like it's still in trend. I wouldn't mind adding to it above. Let's look up beyond really quick.
Gold extends losses, last down over 4%.
Yeah, they're angry on gold, man. Oof. I had some friends from the street say that they were short gold 2 sessions ago. Look at gold today, too. They were fucking angry yesterday. Let's look at beyond really quick. The only thing I have to say about beyond here is this. We're close to the weekly trigger. This has been a point of sell. I want to show you a few things here if I can. Go to a 4-hour basis. This is BYND. You see this weekly. This weekly, right? Hold on here. It's been like the place to sell it. Even on spikes, right? Back down again. Back down again. Back down again. Bread and butter trade, right? Down again. Down again. If you were to look at this just from the perspective of traditional charting, this doesn't quite show it well enough, but you can kind of see right there. You know, sell, right? Sell, sell, sell. You know they're going to try to sell it, right? They're going to take a stab at it, even if they're wrong. So what does that mean? I'm sure there's a lot of traders that are like, well, Captain, the daily trigger is going to come flying up, and we're out of here. You know, blast up, go vertical. I would say to you that the way is lower. Maybe even down here. I would prefer to see something like this. 250. If you want that trade, that upside trade to break out, first you're gonna get that one, or you're gonna need that one there. And you're still likely gonna get, even if you break out here, you're still likely going to get, there's the hourly trigger right there. You'll still have time, I guess, to get long again is my point. And you definitely don't want to be caught in this if it goes to the downside, right? If you're down here breaching this kind of shit, you're going to be mad, right? That's 0. 50 cents. That's 19 cents. It had a low of 50 cents. It's not like that can't happen, right? Or they declare bankruptcy or they go to the pink sheets or something. So I've been caught in this before. I want you to know that if you like, this can't happen, it can. I've been caught in this. Luck and Coffee. I think it went to 30 cents or something, got delisted. It was no fun. So just be aware of this down below. You also don't want to get caught in this either. You know, if they roll this down, then there's the breakout, or we break out, and then it's down and then up. So still set an alert down here like 58 cents, 60 cents. And don't be a hero. So this is the other part of this, which would be, you don't need to be a hero to be long beyond. If it does a breakout, you can easily or you'll have plenty of time to get long on this. Is my point. So if you're buying the lows on, so my point here is if you're buying the lows down here, right? We have the nice move up, and you want to get back in. You're just looking for that big A to hold, right here. You know, if this is showing you the way, it's holding, it's new highs, Jump back in for the trip higher. Just note that, okay? Like you can get back in on this trade, but I think at 250, this is trading 250. It's a nice marker, you know? And then you can take the next trade to $5. It's the same shit. The same shit is down here. So like there's plenty of time in here. Take profit, right? Grind, get a new high, back down again. And you're Johnny in the spot right here, and you're trading $2 to $5. But just watch out for the consolidation. Watch out for the profit taking on this trade. The only other thing about Beyond that I want to talk to you about is let's say it's not going to the pink sheets, it's going to consolidate and move higher. This can be a process. So listen closely here. There we go. Bring it all up. And I want you to see this right here. See how this like went down like this? And you have a little bit more of this going on here. And there's still lots of lows down here. So this could be a process. Let's bring this down. See this monthly trigger right here? This could still be a process where, you know, you're buying these lows at 50 cents for moves up here, then literally buying 50, 60, 80 cents. Moves up here, right? 50, 60 cents. And like you watch that big blue line right there. This could be like, you know, months, 6 months, a year. And then you finally get the breakout. Maybe it breaks out right away, but my point here is like when you're looking at these like Wyckoff schemes, sometimes they take like 3 months, 6 months. My only thing I would say to you down here, please, this shit is written in blood. Stay on the lows. So if you know you're up here and you're up here and you're up here, I say this to like GME gang. It's great to be like, hey, we're gonna have MOAS and we're gonna go to the moon. We're gonna trade $1 million. It's also nice to be on lows, you know, while you're saying it. You know, you don't want to be saying, hey, we're gonna have MOAS and you're, you know, long at $50 fucking dollars or something. 30. This is GME, of course, but you're like long at $35, $40, and you just get hammered. It's not fun to be that bull. So. If you see any like 50 cents, 60 cents, and your belief is that Beyond is going at $200 or something like that, be adding at that price. If you have the chance, that's where you want to be adding. The only last note I would have here would be if we consolidate, do some consolidation in here, you can get back on that trade, breaking that downtrend on a successful back test with a new high. If you're like, hey, Cap, it's not going to take that long. It's going to be right now, that kind of stuff. So that's my take on Beyond. Prefer to be an owner down lower. I would say in this case, it's 60 cents. I would say like set an alert at like 60 cents. I know that sounds crazy, but And if you're trying to buy back in on this stock, 60 cents or a breakout right here. And it's never going down there. Just put an alert down there in case so you can add again. And you always want to be that happy bull, right? Like, so you can stay long if you're already long down here. Stay long if you want. If you want to add to a position, I wouldn't do it unless we're above here. Otherwise, if we come down here, this is where the buy is. So the buy is here. The buy is up above. And taking profit here, I don't think is a bad thing. If you want to take profit, I don't see why you don't. You can take profit, and if it starts looking bullish again, you can jump right back in and take the trade to 250 if this is your stock. I know it's been a hot stock for people, so we've been talking about it in the community now for a week, 2 weeks maybe. I think we started buying it. I think we bought it right here. So where we bought it. We bought this. We bought this last week for this turn up. Let's take a look at the SPOOs really quick. Go back here. Trying to staircase us down at 10 a.m. We are breaking trend right now. Trend is right here. Let's make this yellow so you can differentiate. So flows in a 10 a.m. sell. And they're likely going to take another fucking stab at it over here too at 12. There's no support here. Do you see that? It is long as fuck on the way down here. Gap is closed. And a little gap to close above here. If you can hear anything, I apologize. I've got a lot going on in my house right now. I had some guys here maybe a week or two ago. They were looking at my I had some leaking rain and had them looking at my attic and my roof, and it's become a shit show. It's become the money pit.
The Philadelphia
I had
Gold
rot
Silver
going on in my
Index hits
exterior
over a 3-week
walls.
low, last down 8.7%.
We'll take a look at gold here next in just a moment. I got a lot of banging going on in the background. I ended up having a bunch of rot inside my walls. I tore, like, my whole roof is wide open to the world. We're going up here, so you know. Well, Take another shot at up here. And they're gonna try to shank it down here. Want to see if we fail this or not. $51 messages. Oof. Yeah, there's still crap going on. I'm still impacted by AWS. I think it's I think if you're experiencing any AWS servers this morning still, it's probably server side from the company, not AWS, but the software company or whatever. That's what I noticed this morning. I'm still like I had to reset, I had to update all of my, I had to update Google and like Chromium browsers, and then I had to update my I had to check for updates on Windows. I'm assuming people are doing that all over on a larger scale with AWS, some form of that. And I have lag too this morning. Like Streamlabs was like lagging information that it was getting yesterday. I don't know if that makes any sense. Anyways, I went through it again this morning. So if you're like having issues with Discord this morning, it's probably shit from yesterday still. Watch this yellow line here. This is a trap for bears, this yellow line. It's not a bull trap, it's a bear trap. We got to break this yellow line, new lows and shit to start selling. Don't fuck with that yellow line. You need to like break underneath it, like we did, and then a new low. Where you can start getting bearish. Start selling this. We can get our October slasher film on. Don't trust this yellow line yet if you're a bear. A rejection would be nice up here. Then we could reject this right here. We can start talking about getting busy to the downside. Very low voice. That's how bears talk. They get all quiet. Like the guy at the when you're at like the wake or something. And you're like the other person doing the grieving, and he just walks up to you and he's like, "Oh, hello." sorry to hear that John's gone. You're just like, what the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? What are you doing, bro? We're here to celebrate John's life. I'm serious. It's like you tell your friend, you're like, I bought some ready to eat meals, and he's like, oh, you're a prepper, and you're like, no, dude, I'm not a prepper. you know that World War III is coming, right? Like, dude, stop. Why are you talking so low right now? Chill, man. You know they want it this morning, right? You know they want to start selling this. Just tell them we're going down, Cap. Hold on, man. We'll get there. We got the button ready to rock for selling. Oh yeah, let's look at gold too. We have to look at gold now. We got to talk about gold. The word on the street a few days ago was sell the fuck out of gold. There was some pretty big shorts on gold on Friday. And look at this at 403. So they went all the way up yesterday at 403 and they fucking teed off on it again. Now this is probably that same group from Friday. Probably that same group from Friday. They're angry. So you know for sure someone was caught in that. Sell side was caught in this. Professionals, like, trust me. I spoke with a guy from the street about this. He said, sell gold. He said, everybody's selling gold. This guy, like, legit guy from the CME, he was like, everybody's selling gold. It's like, sell that fucking thing to the depths of hell. I was like, what about SPOOs? he goes, probably okay, but not gold. I was like, okay. He's like, get that started right now? He's like, definitely. And then, of course, we had the down day on Friday. So this was Thursday or Wednesday of last week. That was that conversation. This was before the close on gold on Thursday. He was like, sell the fuck out of gold. I was like, what about SPOOs? He's like, that's fine. He's like, gold, though, it's definitely a sell. And I was like, okay. Now, yesterday, gold ripped faces off again, and you know for shit sure that caught some of these guys. So gold down this morning, trading 384.60. That does beg the question, though, do they get back out, right? If they're no longer upside down, do they just exit? But gold is not looking too good here, is it? A nice clean double top up there. So if you want to sell, I do like the sell on gold this morning. Let me just take a quick look here. The other thing too is I still have it going to like 42.5 or something. But that double top is nasty. That double top is vicious. That's kind of what I'm looking for on. This is kind of the same price action I was looking for SPOOs if they sold 680. This is what it would look like. If they sell like 682.5 or something like that, this is exactly what it would look like. Gold's right now trading 385, 384. This price action's pretty bearish. Hang tight here. Let's go look at gold really quick next. Should we do GLD or GDX or let's go to gold shares. Let's take a look at this one. I mean, the obvious thing to be looking at here is this is where it's fucked up. Like, it's a 4-hour chart on gold. This looks horrible. We haven't broken support yet, but that don't look good right there. This rejection doesn't look good either. That's a pretty ugly looking chart. Let's see the last time this happened. There's a couple things we want to look for here. You can see a double top here. It looks like there was a new high. See that new high? So we did the double top and a quick reversal. That's what the bulls are looking for, right? But this told them we're not done going up. You got the new high right here too. You see it? You got it right there, and then you got that right there. So it's still bullish. If I had to suspect here, if I had a suspicion here, well, first of all, your real buyers are here. We already know that, right? So like right about here. So they're up here, right? Take the money and run. Take the money and run. Come back in right here, and then they're off and running. Your daily trigger is still safe to go up. That's all good. If we use just this one right here, as an indication, it's up. There is another double top here that failed to get a new high, and it still went up. Unless, watch this here. Here's a new high right here, and then up. Failure up. You know, this is pretty fucking bullish. Let's look at this really quick. SPOO's going higher now. SPY. Just take a peek at this. God, that looks like shit. This daily velocity looks like shit in here. This doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. It doesn't necessarily correlate to price, but it doesn't look good for a dip buy just yet. Let's go to a 30-minute. This is just getting started. Just check this for turnarounds. There's your low there. There's your low there. There's your low right there. Oh, nope. Come on. What's going on here? Oh, and I got a velocity thing I got to do. Update my latest version of velocity. Ooh, fancy pantsy. Shit, I fucked that up. Hold on here. Okay, velocity. Let's mark these again. There's a new higher low on hourly velo. Higher low on, or lower high, higher low on velocity. There's one right there. And there's one right there. Now there's your roll back up again. There's your roll back up again. There's your roll back up again. Another roll over here, back up again. You see him? So if you're a gold trader, this is what I would say to you. Like a gold bull. How's that SPOO's doing? Taking your ass out right now? SPY trading 671.84. Shit. Did I just lose the stream? I think I might have lost the stream. Shit. think I may have just lost the stream. Going on here? Hang tighter, guys. I lost the stream for a minute. Did I lose the stream on your end or no? I lost it on my end. Check Twitch. Sorry, I gotta wait for YouTube. Okay, we're still here. I lost the stream on my end. Just a heads up to you out there. Okay, so gold. Back to gold really quick. Just so you can see this over here, there's two things I want you to be aware of. The first one would be that the first thing that's important here is that on a daily basis, not necessarily price, but on a daily basis, velocity looks like shit. It looks really bad. So we're going to look back here on this one. And this one, and maybe this one here. We're going to make these yellow, just or blue. Oh, you can just see what happened in here. We are losing daily velocity on a higher frame, and these led to, I want to show you this. This is important here. So this doesn't necessarily mean, see the high right here and then grind. It doesn't necessarily mean like vicious downside moves. That was just a flat correction. Weekly's still good. This fucking, look at this fucking thing though. This is gonna crash. It's a matter of when. You can see in 2011 though, we went all the way up here in quarterly. We do have a prior example of price going up to the moon. This is 2011. I mean, that shit almost turned back on itself. Look at it. It almost went backwards. It went so high. Still have all that crap. I'm assuming that the bull bears want a correction. This is 366. $400, $405. There. Something like this. We're just heaving bombs on SPY right now. Shank that down. These guys are all still fine. Or is it shank this one down? Here's your next batch of buyers here that you halfback trade. I don't think so. I think it's right here. And then I think it's up here. I think you shank this fucker straight down. And then I think this stalls. 15th. And it goes into accumulation mode. Weekly triggers coming up. Get that last blast down right there. Maybe some of this action and then back up again. It's something like this. There's some gaps to close here and here and here and here. I don't know if we can get down that deep. That's 320. You can't get that deep if we just do this. Again, I want to say this to you. If we're just like grinding, there's no requirement. That's 358. That's 360. That's all safe and sound for right now. You would need, if you wanted to trade this stuff down here, if you think we're trading this stuff, I would say to you that you need to break through this and then catch the new low. So do not attempt to trade this yet. The way would be higher. Way would be like even if you're down here, would be the expectation, something like this, and then up. Now, if you see the trade lower, they're trying to send SPY down again here on that same yellow line. If you see that one right there, then I would say take the next leg to the downside, but only if you see that. For right now, the trade down trade, in my view, is done. I think you're going to find buyers, and then you're going to close the fucking door on them over here. Somewhere right in here, you can see it. There's the hourly right here. Just like grind these fuckers out, and then whammo to the downside. That's the 30th. I don't know if you can see that, but that's the 30th. Like, so month end. Blast that shit down. New buyers, new flows into the beginning of the month. And then we're good to go. Just leave this here. This is the 30th. 31st. This fucker could take all week. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, this could take all week. This could take like 2 weeks to do. I'm going to talk about something else here too. I forget what the fuck they're called, but they're these like I don't know that they're available to a retail trader, but there are these puts that are low volatility puts. And the low volatility puts, you know, if you're like grinding like this, they're like a hedge fund tool. I forget what they're called, VRC, VCA. I forget what the fuck they're called, but this where you staircase this down, and then it rises and it's up and out of here. This looks like manufactured Doom. Just check this really quick. You got your one. You didn't catch it here, though you missed it. So here's your actual one right here. This is your actual one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one failed to get it done. This one got it done, or it's not yet. Be right there. It's 1. That's 2, or that means 3, 4, and there's 5. You got to go a little bit lower. You got to go right here. A little bit lower. Price target GLD 375.89. That's all that needs to happen. You need to break under here and then get sucked up. You get told no. There. This is your big leg right here. There's a bunch of money in here. If you hit this one, there's a bunch of downside money right there. Then you get your extension. You want to snip this if you're a gold bull. There's a bunch of stuff I want to tell you here. Okay, so gold. Just so you can see here, this is not good enough. Well, this is good enough. Hard to explain this. Okay, so this move needed to be down here. It wasn't. So because that did not happen, we squoze. We got the new high right here. That's bullish in the long term, midterm. They told you the way is higher. So now we're coming back down again, and you now have this mark. Call it like a mark. And you have this low right here. They were trying to get that low with a crash. They couldn't get it. So because of that, you only have to beat this one. You have to beat this one now. So you get this move here. You pound that one out. This becomes your first leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the downside. Now, there's a few things you need to know here. If they're unable to get that tick, this would be a 1, 2, 3, consolidate, and then we're off and running. So I wouldn't necessarily buy this right now, but you could buy back into this potentially. There's potential that a reversal. You need to watch the price action right in here. If they can't get low enough, what will happen is this will happen. If you can't like pierce this, say we stop right now where we are on the downside, what you'll end up seeing is you'll see a new high up here, and then you'd want to jump back on right about there. We're off and running again. So just watch this closely. If you do see this thing get pierced, though, lay off it. Not worth the money down here at all. Not worth the money. There's a fair chance if you tick this that you're going to see a squeeze, and your sellers are somewhere over in here. This gang right here, they're likely right here right now. That's where I'd be, right about here. So you just smash this down up here, bam for the next leg, and then bammo. Bigger question is, what is this right here? That's monster. You can see what the intent is. Smash it down. Bloodbath. That's 330. Now, the only thing I would say to you would be that prior examples, we never got that move. Prior examples, we did this. We just fucked around. And then they just started buying on the 31st. Not the 31st, but you'd expect the buyers to come in for the 31st if we're not careening to the downside. There's gold. What is that? Am I in the wrong shit here? That's the right shit. Still having issues on my end here, guys. Dude, what is going? What the fuck is going? Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Way is higher. See that there? New high, new high. Come up here, take this stuff out, let him take another shot at it, and then we're off and running to the upside. Maybe some pissed off fucking bears. Just so you can see this in at 12 p.m. I'm still having issues here. See my screen flicker down there? Still having issues. Still having AWS issues. Okay, so there's gold. BYND, we looked at that one. Oh, man. Look at these bombs they're throwing in here. Bomb in the open. Bomb at 10 a.m. Again, Fucking Donkey Kong. They keep trying to like I showed a boulder meme yesterday of like a big burning I showed a big burning like a boulder rolling off the top of a volcano yesterday. You can see them trying it again right now, right? Goddamn bears. Look at them. Look at these fucking savages. Fucking bombs, bombs, bomb, bomb. Trying. And I got the way is up, not down. This is gonna piss him off, man. Look at that, just like hurling boulders, hurling it to the downside. The yellow line is a bear trap. It's a bear trap. You want to be selling like 76 and 78 if you're a bear. Christ. The target on gold is right about here. Right about here. Right about where we are. They don't need to go down anymore. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that? Give me 2 seconds here, guys. I just had a big thing, big noise. Give me 1 quick second here. What was that noise?
Gold extends losses, last down over 6%. That's at around $4,085 an ounce. Spot gold now falls 6.3% in its biggest one-day drop since April 2013. Silver as well falls as much as 8.7%. That's silver's biggest drop since 2021. S&P 500 flat on the session now. That's up around 0.13%. According to a ministry statement, China's commerce minister held video talks with the EU trade chief. So from this ministry statement as well, the two sides discussed export control and EU anti-subsidy case against Chinese EVs.
Sorry about that. I had to go upstairs and take a look and see what the fuck was going on. I just heard like a bunch of big, bad noises. Hey, look at that. 672.36. You're a bear. I've already told you this morning. You're looking to sell the higher 70s. Let's go take a look at gold right here. Yeah, look at that gold getting bought up. Just so you can see that. I don't know what's going on. I'm losing stuff again. Trading view is shit in the bed. There we go. Just so you can see that right there. You see that gold being bought up right there like it's nobody's business. This is GLD. Goddamn gold bugs. Fucking hate talking to gold bear or bulls. Gold bulls are like gold or like stock market bears. They have like their own language and shit. I saw one guy yesterday who was like converting all that crypto into gold is the only way to go. So you see those buyers, see that line right there. So the bears did everything they needed to do, and now they just have to defend. Now the bears just need to defend 388.69 if you're a bear, if you're a gold bear. It might take a little bit of time to be over here. Like it's gonna be a bunch of nonsense, and then you finally get your sell over there. This should be like the 27th, 26th. You'll get your big downside move if you're a gold bear. You want to watch that again? You want to see it? See it. Now this daily trigger down here, there is potential. There is potential for like, I guess one more move here and then up. But that would still be the same. There's maybe one more drop in here. There is potential for, I feel like gold bear or something like that. Potential for this move down, then up. But it's still the same move. This is all still the same move. Even if you get this little bit of like down there. And I would still expect that to hold. I would like if you dribble around in here. I still expect that to get bought. Like the bigger moves, it's done everything it needs to do. You might catch this here, or at least because you got to break this, right? So there is potential for at least the probing of this, and then this comes your second low, and then you're down for that one. So you might get one more downside move here, possible. I don't think it's needed though. I think once you're down here like this, and you're down like this, I think that's all you need, and then you're just like wham, wham, then wham. This is like liquidation. So we'll stick with this for right now. Okay, so we're not seeing our downside VIXY, are we? We said we want to trade a bigger move right here. 673.21 is the first target.
China hopes the EU will play a role in resolving the next Syria issue.
674.89. You can attempt to be a seller up here, a little bit higher, like right there. And then right there. We'll mark them for you. We hit everything we needed to in here. So we now just need to hit 673.23. Right there. You're likely going to see sellers attempt to come in here and sell that down. Let's just look at this again. 671.
China and the EU to hold export control dialogue in Brussels.
It's 12 o'clock. 671 would be over here. This is, in my view, the first chance the seller has. This yellow line right here. First chance they have to sell. 673.23-ish, in and around there. And then I'll show it to you here. Polo's up here, right where we are, just so you can see it. He's angry. He's not Marco, but he's Polo. You're a gold bull. It's not a bad place to accumulate here.
France's CAC 40 index extend gains hits intraday record
looking
high.
at it right now again. I think you have more low. I think you have more like consolidation lows, but I'm not bearish on gold yet. I think gold is going to rip faces off. I don't think gold is done. I need to see like I know everybody is saying it's de-dollarization or it's this and that. I think it's war. It's a little bit of de-dollarization. It's a little bit of new economy, and the main driver is likely war, economic warfare, and the laddering of it. Can I look at what? Pal? We'll look right now at Pal. I didn't join in on Pal. Hold on here. I wanted lower on Pal, didn't I? This is not the Pal screen, is it? It's close to where I want to buy it. It hit my first target to buy. Took a while. First target I had on Pal, we hit it this morning. I had an alert. I did see the alert, but I didn't look at it. I didn't have the time. I would still like to see more down. I'd like to see 117 and 114 on Pal. Hold on here. Why does this guy not come up? Who is this person? At J? Why does this guy not have a name? My first target this morning.
According to a White House official, there are no plans for Trump-Putin meeting in immediate future.
I want 117. .65. I thought we could hit this last week. If you want to look at this with me, we can look at it together. We kind of hit it over here, kinda, but not really. I still want to see more down. It did set my alerts off this morning. It didn't set my alerts off here, dude. Seriously. Look, my house is falling the fuck apart. It didn't quite hit my targets down here. And I still want more. I'm hoping that we can get just a little bit more down here. There's a reason for that too. This trade started right here. Now there was an extension. I didn't take that trade with you guys. But I really want to get back to the start of that fucking trade, like right here. And this is why I have this. That's why I had see this alert that I've got up here? I was like, yeah, if I can jump in down here, I will. It never came to me. It just kept going. So that kind of tells me that these buyers here, like these buyers, this is what I want to take out right here, if I can. Not quite take them out. I just want to That nice little gap was left behind right here. The big fat fucking gap right here that hasn't been closed yet. And you see how we're closing it right now? That's the halfback trade on the gap. There's nothing holding Pal up right now from going down. So it can recover. I wouldn't take a long here on this just yet. And you see that gap right there, and then this fucking all this bullshit gapping down here. And the real buyers are probably down here. So even if we move this over, it doesn't matter. Real buyers are somewhere. You just move that up. It's like the real buyers are right here. So for me, it's not a buy yet. I can see it being a buy right here. But this is what I wanted back here. Like these guys, these fucking guys are movers. They're right here, movers. Bought this. Now there can be some arguments saying, "Well, we're here now, Cap. We're not going down." But I still love still love where these guys are right here. These fucking guys have been on point. See them down here? This is the whole run. Like here, patience. I guess you could call that okay. Close enough. But there's a lot of stretch here. You see that stretch? There's still a fuck ton of stretch in here. So I'm still waiting for this 114 and 117. It might not come to me. There is potential that we start grinding in here and then we're just off and running again. And there is a giant gap that needs to be closed up here. So yeah, maybe we close this gap a little bit and then come back down here. I'm still not a buyer of Pal. I want to be here, but I did have my first alert go off, but I would rather have had the alert go off here. Like smash through all this stuff, get my alert, woohoo, ready to buy, and then plunge and then pick it up. I'm so still not ready to buy Pal, for me at least. If you are ready to buy Pal, I can see the want to buy it here. I would want to see, I'd want to see this half-hour trigger come down. I'd want to see a new high, and then consider buying it over there. So there's your hourly trigger comes down. I'd want to see this high get taken out first too. Like literally take that high out, come back down, and then buy the hourly somewhere in here. But we're not there yet to buy it in my view. I'd still like to see a little bit more blood. This is the group right here. This is where they are. And I'm just being patient with this one. I didn't follow this up. Good, the guys that did, congrats. But I didn't follow this one up. It left me behind. For me, I needed this. I needed it because of these guys here. These guys are good buyers. There can be an argument made. There can be an argument made. Yeah, I would just be patient. I still think that's where they are over there. There can be an argument made that this is where they are, the daily trigger, but this half hour, this weekly's coming up, and like you're just grinding in here, and then it's explosive to the upside. Just a few bucks more. Same thing. I just want to see it right down there. It's the same fucking shit. Either here or here. It's the same group. They're waiting. They're down here. They're at 117 and 114. That's all I got for you on this one. Now, the bigger trade on this is way up here. Like this fucking thing wants to move. I got this fucker going to 200, but I do want that dip. There's a big leg in here. You can see it. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a bigger trade at play here. That's all I've got on Pal. It hasn't come to my price target yet, and it's where these guys are. And because this is a commodity, that worked. That worked. That worked. That did not work. So I kind of just want that 1, 2, 3, and then wham. This is a commodity. I'm going to stick with my my plan here. I can see wanting to buy this here, though. I can understand the want to do this. But you know what I want to see is this one right here. And I go, yeah, this thing's holding up just fine. Then it goes, woof. And that was your buy. Just that little, one day of like, oh my God, the world's sending for Pal. So I just want that same fucker right in here. Like, yeah, bro, everything is fine. We're going up. Yeah, it's going to be fucking awesome. And then 117, 114, still waiting for it. It did. Admittedly, it did leave me behind over here. I know a lot of you guys traded this together, but I still would really like to see that 117. I think it's still hiding there. I think it's the prudent thing to do. It did hit. It did give me a target today, though. You can see that it hit. So it hit there. Got to hit there. Now I just want that last little bit. I'd say 17. I should raise this up a little bit. I'm going to raise this one up a little bit. I'm going to raise it to 119 or 120. See if we can just like go up here. One more drop. Grab that bad boy, and then we're up and out of here. I'm a cheap fuck when it comes to commodities, so. Or not cheap, or I'm not. I want to say like. I realize that
the EU proposes
like,
a stronger price ceiling for new carbon market
out of like gold and silver into platinum. I mean, excuse me, palladium, not platinum, to palladium, but I think there's one more leg, and I think gold's got one more leg too. Here's 12 p.m. Don't worry about that. This is the yellow line for the bears. Still want to see one more high if possible. Want to see that. I want to see a failure of that. Then we should trade right in here. Yeah, Jay. I don't like. I feel like not feel, but like Palladium for me is like that trend. I think it matters. I think it tells you where if the buyers are still there or not. It's not going to trade like. In my view, I don't think Palladium is going to trade like every commodity that I look at. I feel like it's. I don't know it's feel, but I always think like. With commodities, they're one of the hardest things in the world to trade, and they don't trade to like Elliott wave or velocity. They do to some extent, but gamma. I think commodities have a lot of interest and then events tied to them that can really fuck them up in a good way and bad way. So people come in, they go, they come and go based on really truly based on news. So staying with trend on that one in particular, I'm with. And not only that, you need to see the bounce and see the that the buyers are quote unquote still there. So for me, that's what I got on Pal. I wish I had bought it. Like the Discord bought the fuck out of Palladium. We talked about it, and then like everyone, we like nailed our first target, and people started buying it, and it did rip. I'm not gonna say it didn't rip. It did. I just didn't take it. Let's take a look for a minute here with Gamma. See what we got going on with Gamma this morning. I'm still having issues here on my end. I'm still having AWS issues. I don't know if it's AWS or if it's maybe the websites and AWS interacting. I don't know. I'm still having issues. Sync tighter. Give me 1 second here. Just give me a second here, guys. Still having issues. Still having issues. Still looking for up into 12 p.m. You know, not only that, but I don't even know if we can get down here. I think it gets bought again. Rid of that one. Yeah, if he just I've got a bunch of alerts coming out on my email. I'm assuming it's tied to AWS. $675. Tingo. Hold on a second, guys.
EU's Sefcovic says I had a video call with China's Wang Wentao. The EU Trade Commissioner held a video call this morning. Furthermore, Sefcovic says appreciate constructive discussion with China's Wang. Sefcovic says the scale of China's export control, scaled up since April, is unjustified and harmful. EU's Sefcovic says we agree to intensify contacts at all levels.
They like to party, those guys. You guys heard that before?
EU's Sefcovic says I invited the Chinese authorities to come to Brussels in coming days. They accepted the invite.
They like to party. That's all I know about those guys.
Sefcovic says a prompt resolution of rare earth restrictions is essential.
Man, I'm still having fucking issues here. Still, dude, what is going on? White House official, there are no plans for a Trump-Putin meeting in the immediate future. That's because you got to meet with China, though, right? Oh, shit. Fear and greed index. What the fuck are you guys doing? bastards and your fear. Maybe I should post this on Twitter. $673.23. What did I say? 673.
EU's Sefcovic says this dramatic
23.
expansion of the export controls, as it was proposed by the Chinese authorities last week, is highlighting how negatively this could impact European industries.
But I like 674.90. And I do realize flaming diaper bombs. The shit-filled diapers. Hold on a second here. Shit-filled diapers being hurled down from I just wrote that. Or like that. I realize you want it to fucking roll, but you're going to be waiting. fucking bears are just like fucking die, spy, die. But we got to talk about that today because I meant to talk about this yesterday, but we did that shit wasn't happening yesterday. Looking on stream yesterday, like 11:30, I'm like, nothing's working here. Like literally, no, I had like no screens up. I was surprised the stream was actually. I was surprised that the stream was working yesterday. Because every time I updated anything yesterday, it just like went black screen. The whole fucking day into late last night, actually. I was still having problems.
EU's Sefcovic on Nexperia says Dutch and Chinese authorities are in frequent contact about the matter.
But we have to talk about something here, or not something, but we should probably talk about. I know pro traders have access to Shell's white papers and stuff, but the street seems to think that they seem to think that we're going up in the end of the year. I don't know that I would. Like I always say, like
EU's
time
Sefcovic
or price.
on Nexperia says, I am assured by intention expressed by both sides to de-escalate.
We should go look at this. Maybe, I don't know if it's just a private stream. Maybe it's better to explain this. It's kind of weird. Like there's like an early trade.
Sefcovic on Nexperia says working towards solution will restore supply chains and stop production halts globally.
There's like we're in this weird place in the market where there's three or four different outcomes that I think are all valid. I know it sounds like shit to say to you, but I think there's like three or four different outcomes that
Sefcovic
are
says
all
time is of
valid
the essence
and
on next
all
Bureau resolution.
require if this then that. Man, I know where we're going right now fairly well. But there are moments, inflection points where we can change where we're going. So as an example, I'll lay this out for you guys. Like, as an example, I have 682 as a really fucking nasty sell point, like, end of market kind of stuff, or at least for the midterm, like sell 682.50 and we trade 560. But if we go up there and trade that and we get a successful back test and start accumulating, we can easily trade an extension to 700, 695-ish, maybe even higher. So that's viable too. So I think taking that trade step by step is the way to do it. So you're like you're shooting for 682, and then you're looking for buyers to remain in confidence. If they're not, you need to be able to look lower. And I know that a lot of bulls are like trade 630, trade 616, we can go higher, but I don't see that trade. I see like, fuck you, it's end of the year, we're out of here, kind of a thing. And that opens up a door to a can of worms and a door next summer, or closes a bunch of doors next spring and summer. And it brings into this whole question of, is the bull run over? No, I don't think the street wants that outcome right now, or the majority of the street doesn't want that outcome right now, I should say. I think they would really like to get that window dressing into the end of the year, and then you have the ability to backtest, clean all this shit up. But there's another outcome where you could trade 700 early, like November 1st. I kid you not. First week of November, we could ramp the fuck up there, and you get your extension, and then you sell down into December, but you're not underneath that back test of 616, 636, and all that. I still see that trade. I just don't I don't see it right now. Like, I see the trade to 616, 630 in late winter, early spring, and it gives that nice like bookend packages all wrapped up nice and neat. We can decide if the market's over or not then. When I see it early for where we are, like if we sell 682 and the way is not to 700, then we're going all the way the fuck down. So there's a few different outcomes here. There's like, I got like 3 or 4 different outcomes for the end of the year. And I think they're all valid. I think they all have some validity to them. So I could argue, I think all 3 or 4 outcomes successfully. But more important than that, you should still have this ability to buy dips and whatever, hedge the market at the right price, and still be okay in any one of these outcomes. The other point here too is the way that gamma looks right now. Like, sharp drops are to be expected, right? Being short gamma, like where we are, price and stuff. Sharp drops can be expected. So in that window of doom ends mid-November. So like, let's say we get some sharp downward side moves. As long as we're not breaking trend, the bear window exits mid-November. So if you don't have 700 at that point, we haven't lost trend. The trade to 700 is fucking viable into the 31st of December. So there's like 3 or 4 different outcomes there. And of course, no one's going to tell you what they think is going to happen. You have competing interests and what's going to happen. We'll do this in a private stream. Maybe I'll do it later today. Maybe the second half of today will be a private stream. I can just tell you right now, if you're a seller, if you're a bear, My first attempt at selling is going to be right here, and the next one is up here, 674.90. I think I've said that since 9:30 this morning. I think I said it at the close yesterday. Don't sell the fucking close. And I realize this is Vixpiration Eve. We're getting a little bit of an unwind, but it's up. So maybe we can get that jackknife tomorrow on Vixpiration itself. Murder the VIX a little bit more, and we roll tomorrow instead of today. So we'll pay attention to this. We're getting pretty fucking close. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it's pretty goddamn close, right? Like, try to sell us down here. One more, maybe rip up into the bell, and then we sell that for tomorrow. So maybe we'll do a private stream second half of today, maybe like 2 p.m. I'll give you, if you're a public if you watch this show publicly, I'll give you an outlook at 2, like 1:50, 2 p.m. I'll give you a public outlook. And then I think I'm going to switch the show to a private stream because we need to go over these 4 different fucking outcomes. I mean, I'm being honest with you guys. And what the worst part of this is that, like, the worst part of all of this is you can't rely upon, I think that the noise is only going to get bigger. Like the noise, I think the data is going to get bigger. I think that the events get bigger. I think that the volatility gets bigger. I think that a trader can get eaten alive in this. Bear or bull, it doesn't matter. I think that it'll be like a fucking crescendo. At least from now into middle of November. I think that there's a lot of I think once we're out of middle of November, things will tone down a little bit. And this could be bullish or even bearish noise. And like I looked at last 2 Fridays, the fear and greed index was insane. The fear index this morning is fucking insane. It's in fucking full fear right now. Again, I watched stock market crash fucking videos again this weekend. I watched them fucking 2 weeks ago on a weekend on a Friday. I watched motherfuckers posting to sell the goddamn market. Then I watched the fucking market come back. Then I fucking watched this weekend literally for 3 straight fucking days. I think it started on Thursday, Friday, and they just fucking hammered the fucking YouTube algorithm with like crash. These are like people with like millions of fucking followers, like releasing like manifestos on why we're gonna crash, and it doesn't matter if you even trade 700, we're crashing. I'm going to tell you guys something. If we're in 1996 and not 1999, there's a fucking chance that we don't even correct. We could trade sideways. We could trade fucking sideways. We don't give back any of 2025, and we start fucking going vertical. So, like, I think that means when they release that shit to you, like when they write those things and make those videos, especially when they're like an authority, these are like authoritative gurus, and they come from all kinds of different backgrounds. Like some of these fucking guys are like considered like the biggest finance gurus out there. They got millions of fucking followers, like no joke. And they're spreading it around, and I'm like, yeah, well, that doesn't really help. Like it doesn't really help you as a retail investor or trader, at all. I think it's very fucking dangerous. I saw a guy last week, and he was like, I think he was lying. He made a post, a doom post, and I followed up with this fucking guy. And he made like this big fucking doom post, and he got a ton of traction. And I just tried to reach out to him, and I just wanted to see what his perspective was. And the guy told me like he could have said anything to me other than what he said to me. He could have said anything to me, like literally anything but what he said to me. And when he said what he said to me, I was like, this fucking guy's lying. I was like, so what he had said to me was, or not to me, but someone else had said something to him. I was going back to say something to him. I wanted to ask him why. And I noticed that somebody had already said something to him. And his response to this guy, I was like, what the fuck are you saying, man?
So just a reminder, at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting Trump to participate in a Rose Garden Club lunch.
Like this guy was talking
There
about...
is the White House press pool present.
He said that, I think his response was that in April or something, he went into low yield, or he went into 5 and 6% yield bonds, and with all of his wealth. And I was like, that's not true. I don't know if it was the April low or something, or it was a year or two ago. He might have even said a year or two ago that he was in like 4 or 5% yield bonds. And I was like, there's no fucking way. I was like, there's no fucking way he was doing that. If you're poor, right? If you have like a paycheck you get every week, I think that's fine ish. I think that's fine if you got working money. Like, I need access to this money. I need the cash, right? This guy wasn't saying that he had cash, that he needed to spend it. He was saying this was his savings. And I was like, that
We
doesn't
have
make
put
any
out a
fucking
live stream
sense.
of
Like,
Trump's White House Rose Garden lunch on the feed for those interested.
That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, your money would be on fucking fire. Your money would literally be burning. You would look at it every month and know that it's burning. It's on fire. Like the last, I want to say since COVID in general, I think there are periods you can go into bills and bonds and ladder and shit. Or maybe it's your working money. Like, I need access to this money. I get all that. But your wealth, this is why money's in the stock market right now. You have to outrun when you can. Like when the market's risk on, any market is risk on, you have to be exposed to it. You have to put the risk on, and the reason you have to do that is to outrun inflation, basically. Or your shit starts burning. Like, if you have a job, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm fucking pay my bills and all that kind of shit. It doesn't matter. You're gonna spend that money. So it doesn't really matter in the short term. But like if you have actual savings, you need to outrun that shit. And if you don't, you get annihilated. I mean, like I caught myself this past week in some more work than I expected on my home, and when I went to go buy some shit, it was no fucking joke. Like, I had to buy, we ripped out my fucking windows in this fucking wall. Oh yeah. Like I ripped out windows to get down into the fucking exterior wall. So I'm like, I'm gonna go get some new windows. We're already fucking here. It's like changing a water pump or something. Like, if you're changing the fucking water pump, you might as well change every other fucking thing down there while you're there. If you can afford it. And I couldn't afford the windows. I could afford the windows. I couldn't fucking justify it. In my own mind, I was like, I ain't fucking doing that.
The Nasdaq 100 reaches session high after a racing decline.
I was like, I'm not fucking doing this. I ended up buying used windows. That's how fucking like, I ain't like talking like four of them were like $400, and 4 of them, there's this small, like, I have like 2 gable ends, that blow into each other, and I'm already up there doing these 4 2-and-2 windows in each side of my house, and so it was like a total of 8 windows or something. I ended up getting used ones. I just couldn't justify it. I was like, but it made me think of this guy too, because I'm like, when you try and outrun like tariffs or inflation or cyclical inflation, you have actual wealth, like you're trying to protect your money. The only way you can do it is by some kind of exposure, whether it's like this guy could have said anything. He could have said, fucking, I'm in gold. He could have said, I'm in real estate, depending upon the market. He could have said anything but what he said. And a 4 or 5% yield. I'm like, wait a minute, you've been there for a long time? I was like, your money's like fucking, it's lost a third of its fucking value. Like your hair would be on fire. You'd have a fucking meltdown. Like if you had just like $100,000 that's now worth 60. Are you already a fucking mind? Like your shit's on fire, bro. I said that to him. Like, dude, your shit would be on fire. Like, like if you were looking at your fucking savings right now, your fucking savings are like cut in half. Even if it's worth that dollar amount, that's buying power is cut in fucking half, man. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I was like, this guy's either lying or he's out of his fucking mind. That's what I said it to the guy. I was like, you're either fucking lying, dude, or you're out of your fucking mind. Your shit's on fire. Like, your retirement is on fucking fire. And of course, I'm looking at fucking windows. I'm like, this is insanity. Like, they want fucking $4 to $8 grand for fucking 8 windows, and they're gonna pay for me putting them. Like, fuck no, that's like 20 fucking grand. No, fucking no. Do you guys know what I'm talking about here, or am I alone in this stuff? Does anybody here have money they don't touch? Anyone here? Like, anyone here have like savings that they like, I'm not going to spend, I'm going to try not to spend this. I'm going to make an attempt to like not spend this fucking money. If that's the case that you do, when the times are good, like all-time fucking highs, you fucking need exposure to it. You have to. The fucking market's going up because the fucking dollar is worth less. Well, I mean, like, if you owned euro, I'm not talking about people that own fucking pesos or euros. If you own a euro, your fucking euro is doing great right now, isn't it? But the dollar, fuck no. Yeah, if he'd said he bought euros or pesos or something that was on the rise, I'd be fine with that. I'm good with, if he'd given any other fucking answer than that answer, that would have been fine. Like, that motherfucker could have thrown a goddamn dart at a board with a blindfold on and given a better answer than what he gave to me. And I was like, this guy's lying. He's got to be. It's like, there's no fucking way. I said something to him. I was like, dude, have you checked your shit? Like, your shit's on fire, man. Like, you got the same dollars, dude, but you're going to have a rude fucking awakening. I had a rude awakening this past week. I was pretty upset about it. Yeah, it's fucking real. It's fucking real. That debasement trade, though, is all the time, right? Like, it's all the time. Like, and you got to think about this because there's a reason for this. Because when you go into bad times, right, the dollar starts going up again, and it does hurt the market. It doesn't always happen like that, but like the dollar starts gaining strength, market starts going down, right? Housing going down, this and that's going down.
Europe and Ukraine are said to ready a 12-point plan to end Russia's war.
When you go into tightening cycles, Then your county is after you, your state's after you, the federal government is after you. Prices are raging. There's always something around the corner. Like there really is always like a boogeyman that becomes real. Like the boogeyman is real with money. And if the market doesn't hit, like you're already trying to dodge and weave all this shit. You're already trying to like stay ahead. And then when you have to like protect, when you actually go into protection mode into bills or bonds.
So looking into this then, European nations are working with Ukraine on a 12-point proposal to end Russia's war along current battle lines, pushing back against Putin's renewed demands to the US for Kiev to surrender territory in return for a peace deal. The proposals envisage the return of all deported children to Ukraine and exchanges of prisoners, with Ukraine receiving security guarantees, funds to repair war damage, and a pathway to rapidly join the European Union. Sanctions on Russia would be gradually lifted, though some of the $300 billion in frozen central bank reserves would only be returned once Moscow agrees to contribute towards Ukraine's post-war reconstruction.
Just warning to you as a bear. But do you guys understand my point here? Is like if you just work a job, you don't care. But if you have any kind of savings, you understand this concept. There's no fucking way. And if you ever have money to save, listen to what I tell you. When you have to find an asset that's constantly beating the cheapness of money, when we're in risk on or anything like that in the economy, you have. Hold on one second. My suppressor is not working with financial juice. I just got yelled at. Just a warning to you out there. I'm going to read this to you if you did not hear it. The Europe and Ukraine are said to ready a 12-point plan to end Russia's war. European nations are collaborating with Ukraine on a 12-point proposal to end Russia's war along current battle lines. That's big. Countering Vladimir Putin's renewed demands to the U.S. for Kiev to surrender territory in exchange for a peace deal. The proposal calls for the return of all deported children to Ukraine as well as prisoner exchanges, with Ukraine receiving security guarantees, funds to repair war damage, and a fast-tracked membership in the EU. That's huge. Sanctions on Russia would gradually be lifted, but some $300 billion in frozen central bank reserves would not be returned until Moscow agreed to contribute to Ukraine's post-war reconstruction. Just note, okay, we also have a luncheon starting at the White House soon. Get the fuck out of the way if you're a bear, okay, please. If you're a bull, you might potentially see a quick spike to the downside and then a violent move to the upside. Trump can never fucking control himself. He has literal no self-control. If you tell him keep a secret, he cannot do that. He will fucking pump all he wants. So just a note here. I'm going to bring you back to the screen. Okay. Now this is Vixie Eve. I want to show you this here, okay? So you can see it. So, you know, like some rip down, bam, bam, then up here. If you are short, I'm fucking warning you for the last time. I told you yesterday, and I'm going to tell you again right now. I told you on the goddamn close yesterday. And I wanted to sell this morning at 9:30. But the way price action was going yesterday, So just a warning to you. Market not ready to sell just yet. $12:05 p.m. See if they can sell this down a little bit.
Nasdaq turns positive, last up spot 0.6%.
We'll just do it like this. I do have the White House presser on right now. As soon as it starts, I'll have the audio for you, maybe even the video. Trying to read if there's anything else here. Hold on. That, and just a heads up to you, that information just broke on Twitter. So you're ahead of that information hitting Twitter. It just hit Twitter like 26 seconds ago. So we are ahead of that news.
So getting some more information on the Europe and Ukraine 12-point plan to end Russia's war. It says that a peace board chaired by Trump would oversee the implementation of the 12-point proposal.
Be careful of squeezing. If you're a bear, dude, get the fuck out of the way. If you are short, get out of the way. No, this isn't good enough. This is a dotted line, not a straight line. Be careful of ripping. I'm just going to leave that there. It's just hitting the tape now. U.S. retail clients have longest stretch of net outflows since February. They were, wow, fucking paper-handed fucking retail. Don't be short. This is why you hand stare this shit. Like fucking fucking retail will be up there trying to buy this shit up there. You'll be selling into them. You'll get all excited. The move will happen to the upside, and then retail will jump back in and be the fucking. I'm going long here. Olivia, are we feeling good? Okay. Yes.
You do me a favor, man.
Just trying to. Yeah, please.
Hot mic right now from the White House.
Getting down isn't my. Getting down.
Go behind me. Wait, I'm dying and all of us in red.
I'm assuming that's where he's.
Ford shares extend gains, last up 5%.
Steve Daines. What's the name?
I don't know what that is.
I missed the dinner last time. I don't know if you come down for that down here. What are your hours like? When do you get here for? Get here around 7:30 your day.
They took the hot mic off just then. Bear with me here. I still don't have a suppressor on my my feed here. Let me do it this way here. Turn that off. I'll turn the feed on over here so I can be a suppressor. I can use the suppressor over here. I gotta log in. So it's real-time news. There we go. Okay, I got the suppressor back on again. Oh yeah. 674, 19 cents. There we go. Yeah. There's nobody in calls today. You don't see it. There's no fucking call. There's no call. No one has calls today. They're all in fucking puts. You can't see that. It's clear as day. Everybody's in puts. It's clear as fucking day. So what happened in my house was that I ended up having rot in my exterior walls. So I rebuilt the exterior walls, ripped off middle of my roof in two places. And then the contractor was like, "Hey, you want to put a dormer up here?" I was like, "Oh, fuck it, let's do two." And so we did two dormers, one on each side. But then that opened up a whole nother can of worms. The contractor's a good salesman. He's like, "You want a bathroom over there?" He's like, "You can go right on the stack over there." I was like, "Well, not a bathroom." He's like, "Just a shitter, right? At least a shitter or something." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, we can do that." And then I was like, "Okay, how about some windows?" Oh, here we go. Hold on here. What else happened? Now we're blowing out the staircase, the wall and a staircase to open the room up to another bedroom that's on the floor lower than it. So the staircase is like an attic staircase. He's like, "Well, you're not going to be the code." He's like, "Might as well just rip the fucking wall out over there and extend the staircase over." I was like, "You want to do what?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Go down there and look." So I went and looked, and I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. Like, you're gonna put a fucking closet up there too? Closet, bathroom. Now it's the coolest room in the whole house. It was supposed to be the shittiest room in the whole house. Now it's the best room in the whole, maybe the coolest room in the whole house. I call it the observatory now. I got a name for the room. Yeah. I think the contractor's probably the best salesman. No, fuck no, we ain't doing that shit. I ain't doing the rooftop balcony. Fuck right off the bat. I tried to fuck. I looked at. All right, we're gonna mute that until he comes out. Oh no. Shit. Here, I'm gonna bring him over here for now. I gotta do the work over here. It's probably this fucking contractor is there. You can tell this fucking guy's probably worked on jobs where he's had to underbid. We're just gonna go in there and inspect a little bit. Oh, look what we found. Fucking, it's worse than we expected. We gotta go in there and explore. Like $2,000 job. Yeah, it's now 6. Oh, now it's 10. Now it's 20. Now it's 30. Now it's 40. Okay. So I got this on the background here. I gotta mute this. I'll catch a copyright claim for that. I've got Trump here on the background. Just a few warnings to you. You know who made a post about this too was I think Gamma Labs made a post about this yesterday. I'm going to read something to you from Gamma Lab tweets. It's Gamma Lab _ tweets. 6 hours ago, he wrote, quote, "We strongly support President Trump's position that fighting should stop immediately and that the current line of contact should be the starting point of negotiations. Per statement by Zelensky, Starmer, Merz, Macron, Maloney, and Tusk." Morgan Stanley also came out yesterday and said if there is no de-escalation into early November, this correction, quote, is likely to be larger than most are expecting based on our conversations with various market participants. Maybe that's the 560 trade. 5600 trade. A second here, guys. Give me one more minute here. Hang tighter, guys. Looking for something else. Can you email that to me? I'm getting some help here in the background. So I ended up getting used windows. I was like, I ain't fucking paying that money. I was like, no fucking way. Dude, I was going to put some skylights in. And they have these really cool skylights nowadays that have they have a shade, electric shade, and they have electric open and close. They automatically close when it rains. I think you can put them on a timer too. You can be like, I want them open from this time to this time, and then you close them up. They were $800 fucking each. I was like, fuck no. I went and looked for used skylights, but they're all fixed. And I hate fucking fixed skylights. Hate them with a passion. Hang tight here. No, I don't want that. That could crater gold. Maybe not crater it, but it could fucking damage gold. Hang tight here. Reduce exposure, increase hedges. JPM chief strategist says. Man, I'm just not on the same fucking vibe as none of these guys. I think I feel like a fucking awkward penguin here. The bullish narrative can survive small cracks. Let me see if I can find that Morgan Stanley. I'm telling you guys, I'm reading a bunch of shit right now in the background. They're lying to you. The way is higher. They want you to be supply up there. I'm telling you right now, if you're watching this show, you know you got a million motherfuckers out there following these fucking clowns. They're lying to you. And you're gonna buy it up there. We're coming for all your stops. Oh, you are a roofer, Goliath? Well, you know what's fucked up is that like the curb mounted ones are supposedly better when you build the curb. The curb mounted ones are the skylights are a whole fucking weird thing. Like curb mounted ones are supposedly better for your roof, but it voids the warranty on your skylights, right? And then there's a couple good skylights. I like I like is it Velux maybe? I think it's Velux. I like the Velux skylights, but I like the Velux skylights, but you have to get the skirting kit that goes with it. So like you have an $800 fucking skylight, and then you got to pay another $250 for the skirt. It's like their own like metal that's pre-bent or some shit like that, which is complete fucking bullshit. You can buy some coil trim for like $60 or something, like 150 feet of fucking coil trim. Make your own. I guess you have to buy it and then return it and bend your own metal. I thought about doing that. I haven't seen. I think skylights. Goliath? Do you think skylights still leak like they used to? I don't think that they do. I think they used to leak, but I don't think they leak like they once did. I can see them leaking if you get snow buildup in your roof. That would make sense. Without a curb, if you don't have enough of a pitch on your roof, that would make sense. Like a steep pitch roof, though. I mean, I know any opening in your roof is a potential leak. I agree with that fucking shit too. As a matter of fact, I like Studer vents. I think they're used in Europe a lot more than in the States, and I think the States has scattered different rules around using Studer vents. But I think Studer vents, for today's day and age, you do a Studer vent high enough, 6, 7 feet, 8 feet in the wall. Why the fuck would you want the hole in your roof? I get the idea behind why you got a hole in your roof with the stink pipe, but the vent pipe, but stops fucking flooding your home. But 8 feet, like I've seen a flood that's 8 feet. I've seen them in basements. When I moved to Detroit, I would look at homes that were for sale on the auctions, and a lot of them had cut water mains. I went in this one fucking house. You want to see sketchy as fuck? So I went looking at this one house for my buddy who wanted to buy it. And huh? The what's that? Tighter. I think the U.S. should adopt those. Like so, like the Studer vents should be allowed everywhere. You can get access in the wall to them. If your house is flooding with like 6 or 8 feet of fucking water, that shit's gonna come out before you ever get up to 8 feet on a first or second fucking floor. In my view, from my experience, that shit goes down into the basement. If you have a basement. If not, it goes out into the fucking street before it ever gets to like 8 or 9 feet in your house. I've never seen water like build up in a home, like a first floor with no basement, and not spill out the fucking side of the wall at some point or a window or whatever. I've never seen it. I've seen it leak into a house, like a river running through a house, and then leaks into the inside of the house to equilibrium. But I've never seen it like filling a house and not leaking at the same time if there's no basement. But I was looking at this house for my buddy once, and it was so fucking sketchy. Come on, there you go. Print my shit, man. So I went and looked at this house, and it was on auction. And when you're doing an auction house, I'll give you guys some rules here. When you're looking at houses at any auction, you're not supposed to break in. You can get in big trouble. Now, if the owner's there, you try to buy the owner out immediately. If the owner's there, don't ever try to fuck with somebody losing their house, man. They'll shoot you. So you always just try to be nice. If you like show up to the house, see an owner, someone that's occupied, you either walk away, or if they come outside and say, "Hey, man, like I realize they're gonna take your fucking home away from you. If you want, I'll pay you, pay off what you owe in taxes, and I'll give you some extra money." That's what you tell them, and you pay them that. You literally pay them extra money. You do it legit with attorneys and shit. I'll have my attorneys there. You can be there with your attorneys or no attorneys. You put it in escrow, you sign the deal, and you pay off the taxes or the loan, the bank or whatever, and you pay the guy off. And you give them some dignity. You give a man or a woman dignity if they're losing their home and they see an out, like hey, I'm fucked, I fucked up, or something bad happened to me, they can take $10, $20, $30,000 and go rent a house for a few years or a year or two to get back on their feet. That's the way to do it. If you can. Now, if the home is empty, you try to look at it. And I've seen people break into houses. Sometimes the house has already been broken into. It's already open. The fucking door's wide open, windows open, broken, or whatever. It's frequent. You see that oftentimes in unoccupied homes at auctions. And normally what that is it's people thinking about buying it. And so they'll break in. Now, you normally will already see it when you get there. Anyways, I went to this fucking house, and the fucking house was open. And I go inside, and I fucking went down. I went to the basement to go to look down the basement. You got to look at a bunch of different shit. Like, there's some things you got to know, like some big ones, like foundation issues, structural issues, things you can't see. Like structural, you need to check the electric. It's not as bad. Electric's actually not as bad. But you do want to see the state of the electric when it was installed. How old is it? The HVAC, all that shit. But there's big ones. There's like foundation issues that are way bigger. Foundations will like kill you. Like 100 grand gone, 50 grand gone. Nice neighborhood, 150K, no problemo. That fucking all your profit, whether you're selling it, whether you're renting it, whether you're living in it, you're fucked. The auction might not be for you, or that property on auction might not be for you. So you got to see some certain things, and like one of them is foundations, and the other one is, of course, the main drain. You want to make sure that fucker will drain. I used to go to like the neighbors. They'd be like, "Hey man, I'll give you $100. Show me your water bill. I'll pay it this month." Oh, you get it 3 months? I'll pay 3 months of it. Just give me your fucking hose, and I'll like drag a hose into the house, and I'll fucking slam it into a drain, like every drain in the house, and mostly make sure that the drains are good, and more specifically the main drain. You start cutting into fucking like basement floors, and then you're trenching 6 feet, 8 feet down, fucking goes underneath the street or something. Sometimes a drain will go to like the back 40, and sometimes a drain will go to the street. If your fucking main drain goes to the street, you're fucking talking about like the city, the county. You don't know the road is. Like, you gotta find out who owns the road. You gotta find out. You gotta need like fucking flaggers and cops and fucking approved construction guys. It's a mess. You know what I mean? So you always check the goddamn drains. Every house you ever buy. I don't give a fuck if you're buying it private. Like if you're buying a house, right? And you go to look at it, go to the top bathroom and turn the fucking water on in like the bathtub and the sink. And just let that shit run the entire time you're walking that fucking house. You just let that fucking water run. You understand what I'm saying now? You let that fucking water just run. It should run for like 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not shitting. You turn that fucking water on. You don't even ask the homeowner. You just turn that shit on and walk around the rest of the house. I kid you not. Because that's a fucking, it's a game ender. So anyways, I went to this fucking house, and I go in and I go down the basement. The fucking basement was full of fucking crystal clear water. It was winter. It wasn't cold enough to freeze, but it was like crystal. It wasn't warm enough to make algae or anything. But that shit was filled to the top, literally to the fucking top. I had to go in there with a fucking. I literally came back with a goddamn. I got kayaks and shit. I came back with a fucking kayak, and I fucking went over to the goddamn fucking water main, and then I got in. And I turned the fucking water main off. They left the fucking water main on, like the main inlet, the fucking cut pipe with the fucking thing on, and they flooded the fucking house. Whoever owned it was like, "Fuck all of you." Yeah, shit, you not. Like, turn the fucking water off, and then I put a fucking sump pump in. We sump pumped that fucking thing out, but it was the creepiest thing I've ever done. It was so creepy, like just being in a basement, no way out, fucking like 7 feet of water, something like that. So crystal clear, you could see through the bottom. It was really creepy as fuck. I don't know why. It was like I had like a lot of claustrophobia. Well, what they'll do is they'll front run it. You got to remember, think about the front running of a deal. So if Trump comes out and tells you there might be a deal, I'm telling you that there might be a deal with some details, and Trump blabs. He's talking right now. Hold on here.
30 years. I said, check the tariff shelf. Well, those tariffs haven't kicked in. Yes, they did. They kicked in 2 months ago. Check it. He comes back 2 hours later. Sir, you were right. We have an additional $31 billion, billion, not million, Lindsay, billion, that we just found from tariffs. They kicked in earlier than we thought. You were right. We're a wealthy nation again, and we're a nation that can be secure. We're a nation that can start paying down our debt. And with tariffs, we're the wealthiest nation ever in the history of the world. Without them, we've got to slog. We've got to slog. But remember this, other nations, including China, Japan, European nations, they used tariffs against us for many years. That's why we owe $37 trillion. That's why. But they used tariffs very successfully against us, and we had presidents that never fought it. But now you have a president that does fight it. So I just want to welcome you to the incredible Rose Garden. It's just an incredible place. It was done. We did it, brought it back to health. It was in very bad shape, actually, and we brought it back to health. First Lady Melania did a fantastic job on it. The surrounds and everything.
We're going to turn that off. We're going to do it over here this time. We're going to do it a little bit differently. He's lying right now about tariffs. He can't do any more tariffs. If he does any more tariffs, we're fucked. He already knows that, though. He can do more. He can do more tariffs. He can do more tariffs. I shouldn't say can't. He's got like a window between like now December 31st into mid-spring to raise tariffs again, like the 144 November 1st deadline tariff that he's talking about, the 144% one. He theoretically can, but he has to rescind them at some point. Let me see if I'm missing the financial juice here. Hold on. You guys have no volume here? God damn it. Getting tighter, guys.
You know,
sorry about that.
40 would have been a good number,
CA
right?
spike off of that headline as the US is to buy 1 million barrels of oil for the SPR for delivery in December 2025 and January 2026. Just a whipsaw, really, nothing really sustained.
Knowing everything.
Oil did hit
He
an
thinks
intraday
it's
high
good
on the report,
politics.
though.
It's really not good politics. He's an automatic no. But I don't know. Look, if he wanted to come, I'd probably let him come, right? I'd let him come. Begrudgingly, but would let him come.
Nope. No suppressor
A
on that
National
one.
Republican Senatorial Committee Chair, an unbelievable guy, Tim Scott. You know, Tim, I shouldn't say it because it's so, I don't know if it's good or bad. But Tim ran, and he was very effective and very good. But he was on the debate stage and everything else, he was good just because he's good. But he wasn't as good as they thought he was. And when he got out of the race, he endorsed me almost immediately. And I used him as a surrogate. And I wasn't sure if I should because, you know, sometimes I want a total lunatic to get up and fight for me. And Tim is a really good person. So I wasn't sure. And I put him on the stage, and he ripped the heart out of everybody. He was so brutal. He was so unbelievable. It turned out to be absolutely one of my best surrogates, and it includes a lot of you people that were here. You were all surrogates. But Tim ripped these people
Things are gonna
apart.
get fucky here for a minute.
And after
I
watching 2 or
apologize.
3 times, then I wanted him. And I love selling somebody that I really do believe in. I really believe in you. And I just felt that way. And it was so nice the way he expressed it. And I want to tell you, you are a champion. You are a winner, and congratulations. Thank you very much. I never love telling that story because I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad story, but I'm telling you, you are an amazing guy, and you fought for me so hard, and I really appreciate it. You got to be my #1 choice, Tim. So something happened. I appreciate it. And you're doing great doing what you're doing right now. I also want to thank the entire Senate Republican Conference for your tremendous work on confirmations. Boy, did we have a couple of weeks, huh? We had some, I signed like 150 of them. And I didn't use an auto pen, by the way. I signed. You know, when you're signing these important, like a general getting approved from 3-star to 4-star and all of these different things and big confirmations and, you know, big stuff, you really have an obligation to actually sign it, I think. You probably noticed right there, number 46, we put up, right? We put up a little bit of an auto pen. We have 46, we have 45, we have 47. It's very interesting. 46 is an auto pen. It's up there. It stays up there. People like it. It's probably going to stay up there for a long time. And I know you're looking into that. And by the way, the auto pen person said he never spoke to Biden. He worked the auto pen. You're not allowed to do that. So if you're looking at anything, just remember it. And remember, they treated us very badly. They treated us very, very badly. So I think you're allowed to just report the truth, including the confirming of my cabinet much faster than first time. I mean, we went so fast, and I give John Thune and all of you credit for that. It was amazing. All of a sudden, I was calling John, I've got to get him approved. Come on, John, because I was getting like one every 2 weeks. And, you know, I have people, they left their job and they left everything, and it looked like they were, all of a sudden, it was like an avalanche. They walked in, James and James, my double James, I call them. They walk in, and they had like so many of them. I said, you got to be kidding. Is this like, are you for real, right, James? John Thune did his job, and you got them all done, and you have all those people out there working now. And instead of being very upset with the fact that we couldn't get them approved quickly, so I really appreciate it. You used a method that I wish you could use on U.S. attorneys. You know, I have 10 U.S. attorneys who are phenomenal. A Harvard, a Yale, a this, a that, all top. And the problem is they're not going to ever be confirmed, I guess. I put them in. They'll be there for 3 or 4 months, whatever it's about, and then they have to leave. Because anytime you have, as you know, anytime you have a Democrat senator, not even 2, just 1, they'll say because of the time we're in, we're not approving that person. We're not approving. They never do. They won't approve. And therefore, because of blue slip,
he does
I have
look
to tell
good.
the person
I will say
after
that. He looks,
3 months,
he looks pretty fucking lucid.
I'm sorry, you'll have to leave. And I put somebody else in. And I've had Democrat senators say the only one we'll ever approve is a Democrat. This is not constitutional.
He looks good for having the COVID vaccination.
That are phenomenal, and they're gonna have to leave office.
MAGA's like
highly educated, top of their class, everything, and they're gonna have a mark on their.
I apologize.
U.S. attorney for 3 months or 4 months, and then they had to leave, and that's so unfair. It's unfair to the public because the public voted for me in a landslide, and I'm supposed to be picking the U.S. attorneys, and this goes for judges also, but actually more so even for the U.S. attorney with the blue slip. So I have these phenomenal people, many of them young, but truly fantastic people, and they're wondering what's going to happen in another 3, 4, 5 weeks.
Just say
they're gonna
about
have to leave
Russia. Say the
office. I think it's
fucking.
a shame, and I hope you can
Talk
do
about
something
Russia,
about
dude.
it. Because I'd like to tell those people we put you there, and you're not going to have on your resume for the rest of your life. You were there for 4 weeks or 6 weeks, and you left like you got canned. So I hope you look at that. Very important. And after your pivotal changes to the Senate rules last month, as a result, this is what you did, the unprecedented obstruction by the Democrats. We've confirmed more than 175 public servants, people that are phenomenal, to keep posts, and that's just been over the last couple of weeks. It's an unbelievable thing what you've done, John, all of you together. So working closely with me and House Majority.
We're all waiting. We know what we're all
Senate
here
also
for,
gave
bro.
us the largest working class tax cut in American history.
Thought.
And you passed the Lake and Riley Act to throw illegal alien criminals out of our country. You passed the Genius Act and the Take It Down Act with the support of our wonderful First Lady. She got, by the way, she got actual support from the other side. It was bipartisan. I think Rand didn't vote for it again, but I think it was only Rand. You had bipartisan support other than maybe
just
Rand.
Fucking say you did the deal. You know you want to say
another one I'm
it.
going to ask you to vote for. And
The
it's
only
in the House
thing you're
now, and I
thinking
hear it's
about
doing
right
well
now
in the
is
House,
just
James.
fucking saying there's a goddamn
it's Kate's
deal.
Law. A young lady named Kate Steinle, I remember it so well, probably 8 or 10 years ago now in San Francisco. She was holding hands with.
He's got a guy in the back with a fucking placard just to say truce. Like, just leave it in the back and write it in big letters on some poster board. And when it's time, I want you to just raise the fucking deal.
Was thrown out 4 or 5 times, I don't even know, but a lot, and came back and shot her through the head. And she went down and she looked at her father, Daddy, Daddy, something happened, and she immediately passed away in his arm. And, I mean, you can imagine, it was so sad, such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful person. Father was destroyed, virtually destroyed. And they passed they wanted to pass what they call Kate's Law, and it's now
They're fucking
again
cratering gold
in Congress, and I hear we're going to get it passed in Congress. And
on the
when it
fucking
gets up
news
to
of the
the
deal
Senate,
being done.
I hope you guys can pass it. And basically, very simply, it says that if you're an illegal alien and you come in and you get thrown out,
They're telling you that there's a
if you come
fucking
back
deal
and
right
get caught,
now. There's a
you have to
truce.
spend 10 years in jail. Very simple. Very simple. If they would have had that,
We're going
Kate Steinle
vertical.
would be alive
You
today.
you're
It was
losing
a
your
big
ass on
event
gold.
at the
But we're
time.
going fucking
You
vertical.
remember
So
Bill O'Reilly?
Spoo's about to
For
fucking
those of you that like
explode.
Bill, I think I like Bill, but he was the one. He devoted his life to that law, trying to get it passed. I think it's time that we pass it, so that if you get taken out
We're
of the
about
country
to
and you come
squeeze.
back
Be
illegally,
careful.
knowing that this law is in existence, you go to jail for a 10-year period, and it's going to keep the repeat offenders from coming in. It's going to really keep them from coming in. Senate Republicans
warn
have
you
already
right now,
voted
okay?
11 times to get our government back and
I'll just
open for
draw it out
business.
for
We
you.
have record business. We're going to be,
I'll
I think,
put
by
it
the
in
time I
fucking
had
letters you can read.
I hit month number 12, I think we're going to have $20 trillion of investment.
And you're going to
We're
buy
over
it
17
and tell
right
me
now.
how it's good for the market.
As an example,
I'm going to sell it
President
to you
Biden had
when we're up there.
less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're going to have $20
I'm going to sell you the calls,
trillion
I promise.
in less than 12 months, and we're over 17 trillion right now. So it's the largest amount in our country by far, by many times. That's in our country.
674.
But here's the one. It's the largest amount in the history of the world.
07.
There's never been a country that's
Is
had
all-time
anywhere
high, I
near
think, isn't it?
17,
I think it
or
is.
it will be 20, and it's going up fast. A lot of it's because of tariffs, because they're coming in because they don't want to pay tariffs. In other words,
Trump says we're going to have $20 trillion in investments in the US until the year end.
And there was no charge, absolutely. Now, if they have to pay a 20%, 30%, 50%, 100%, or 2% tariff, they say, well, it's better if I build my plant in the United States. It
If you're
always
just joining
amazed
us,
me. I
we've had
did
it
this
going up
first
all
term.
morning.
We had the greatest
We had it going
economy
up
in the history of our country
yesterday,
in first term.
closed 2.
We had COVID.
And we even had the yellow line as a bear trap down here for you this morning. Make sure you're here in the mornings.
Every country in the world, it was terrible. But we had the greatest economy we ever had.
We've got us trading
if you remember,
673.23 and then another fucking push higher
exactly
to
been good at the time to tell France,
674.90.
you know what they were going through, you know what Spain was going through and Italy was going through. That, by the way, we're going to charge you tariffs. But I had started the process. We were going, the country was doing good, and I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. I put the full tariffs on China. Biden left the tariffs because he couldn't. It was too much money, but they gave so many exceptions that
I want
they were
you to think about
meaningless.
hedging if we do squeeze,
but you don't
if
have
we
to pay
squeeze up and over and around.
You look at somebody the wrong way. You don't have to pay. So
also
they
a
didn't pay
note
very
here
much.
that
But
we are
with me, they were paying hundreds of billions of
one
dollars.
penny below the
And again, I have a great
sellers.
Trump says I have a great relationship with China's President
I
Xi.
expect to be able to make a good deal with him, and he'll make a good. I want him to make a good deal for
Nope,
China.
we beat it.
But it's got to be fair. For years,
just
they were
at
making
this moment, watch out here.
$700 billion.
They're going to try to sell this too. This is all
$700 billion,
sellers.
And we'd be
from,
making nothing. It was
October
a one-sided. Honestly,
It's a done deal, though.
We built their military. We built
It's
China's
a done deal that we're
military with
going
the
up.
money that we
We
lost
just
for
took
so
that
many
last
years
4-hour
getting
candle.
ripped off.
It was one
now
more
we're gonna have a
4-hour
fair
candle
deal.
at
I think we're gonna have a very successful
673.90.
meeting. Certainly, there are a lot of people that are waiting for it.
We've taken
Maybe it won't
80%
happen.
of every
Maybe it won't
upside or
happen.
every
Things
down
can
red
happen where,
candle.
for instance,
Just watch out for the
maybe
selling
somebody
here.
will say, "I don't want to meet." It's
Trump
too
says
nasty.
maybe the meeting
But
won't
it's really
happen
not
with
nasty,
China's
it's just
President Xi.
business,
So
and
again,
we're
maybe
gonna-
the Xi meeting
we're
won't
gonna do a
happen.
good job
That's not why we're
representing you
dropping
people
here.
and representing the people
Not
of
why
our
we're
country.
dropping.
Unfortunately, in a
Don't listen to
craven
this right here.
and
It's not
pointless
why we're
act
dropping.
of partisan
Seeing
spite,
some weakness in
We
the
just
S&P
checked,
500 here. As
for a
again,
long
Trump
time,
says
and the
maybe the meeting
radical
with
left
China's
Democrats are
President Xi
holding the
won't
entire
happen.
federal government hostage to appease the extremists
That's not why we're
in
selling.
their party.
We're
And they
selling
are
because we
extreme.
just
I mean,
hit
I've never seen anything like it.
the 4-hour
They're
candle on
extreme, and you know
the
what? We
10th
had a
of
landslide
October.
election. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won the swing states, all 7. Remember, they said, "Oh, if Trump could get 3 swing states, he'd be." And well, I didn't get 3; I got 7. We got all 7 by a lot, by record numbers. We won the Electoral College, 312 votes. They said
need to hold
it's
this
very
right
hard
where we
for a
are.
Republican. It's harder for a Republican. Although
Right
now I think
there.
we've swapped it. I think it's now harder for a Democrat, because if you see what we've done with the Hispanics, with the black workers and black men, and recently a poll came out with black men and women were doing so well. You know, they want security. They don't want to have their city destroyed.
You just
Women in
hold that right
Chicago,
there.
beautiful black women walking around with red MAGA hats because they don't want to be mugged and shot and everything else. And then you see a Democrat get up and tell you how safe it is in Chicago. Do you know they've had, in a fairly short period of time, 4,000 murders? This is over a short period of time, 4,000 murders. And they had a holiday where they had 28 people killed and almost 100 shot. And then you listen to this guy, Pritzker. I've known the family for a long time. They threw him out because he was no good, and he became governor. He's got money through the family. He's got money through the family. But they threw him out. He became governor. I said, I wonder how he's going to do. It's a crime palace. It's a shame. And you know what we did in D.C. is unbelievable. You people, you can walk down the middle of the street, Mr. Senator. You can walk down.
Here, we'll go
You
look
can
at
have
this
your
together.
wife meet you at the restaurant, and she's not going to be accosted, shot, beat up, raped. It's unbelievable how bad it was. It was one of the worst in the country, and now it's...
Just watch this right here with me. So just so you can see this here. See that tick right there? We just traded this one right here. Now, what's important here is so this candle's been wiped. We want to wipe this one here, and then we can roll, in my view. Maybe this one right here, too. Sorry, wrong one. 4-hour basis. See this candle right here? So that's 80%. And that's 80%. And that's 80%. So one more smash up here and then downside.
We'll put up brand new, gorgeous white tiles like it's supposed to be. But this place is looking really good, and we haven't even started the real fixing up of the town. We're getting rid of the graffiti. You notice there's almost no graffiti anymore. A lot of that beautiful statuary marble had red graffiti all over it, had bad signs up, and it stopped. We've taken out 1,700 career criminals and people that came in through an open border. They came in through Biden's open border, and we've taken them out. The thing having to do with all of the elements in the great, big, beautiful bill, I'll tell you, it's amazing what we've done. $200 billion in costs for medical. What we've done, $50 billion for rural hospitals. And remember, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on... Think of all of these things that we've done. This is the biggest, this is the greatest bill. Social Security, no tax on overtime, but no tax on tips. I got that from a waitress in Nevada. I was making a speech, and I'm at one of my restaurants in the hotel I own there, and I say, how are you doing? Well, sir, it's terrible. They're taxing my tips. They're going, I wouldn't have even thought that. And I looked at it, and she said to me, sir, there should be no tax on tips. I said, say it one time more. No tax on tips. I walked outside to the press. I said, there will be no tax on tips. She was right. And we won that state by a lot. That's not a state that we win by that much, David, but we won it by a lot. So it was pretty good. But that bill is chock full of so many different things. So it was the biggest bill. I'm actually saying this to the fake news so that they maybe print it, but maybe not, because you people know. It was the biggest bill ever passed in Congress. And what we did was a little risky. We put everything into the bill, John, right? And some people were against it. They said, no, you got to do small bites. And we gave it a shot, and we got it passed. I got a call from John. He said it was 3 o'clock in the morning.
So you can see where we are here. So it's like bam, 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 and eventually they're right. And I'm still not. And down.
How about Josh? Could I have your vote, Josh? Because I like Josh. And Josh, who can be very difficult, said, sir, you have my vote. His wife was screaming at him on the other side. Sir, you have my vote. But I called people, and they weren't really hard-nosed. They wanted a little attention, unfortunately, at 4 in the morning. Sometimes I like the ones that don't like the attention, but we'll take it anywhere we can. And we got it passed, right, John? And nobody thought that could happen because you have a small majority. And in the House, how about in the House, we had a majority of 3. We actually went down after that for a period of about 2 months. We went down to a majority in the House of 1. And I kept saying, you know, because I'll tell you, Mike Johnson's great. The team, these two teams, did you ever see 2 people more different? One's tall, one's slightly less tall. We want to be polite. They are very different people, but they're the same in terms of talent. They did the 2 guys, and they get along incredibly well. We all do. We get along great. But we passed a bill. We don't need to pass any more bills. We got everything in that bill. There's nothing else we have to put. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We got the extension of the Trump tax cuts.
Russia effectively rejected the Trump-Ukraine plan on the weekend.
And, you know,
according to
remember,
sources.
they lie. They will look at I saw it the other day, they were talking about, I call it the great big beautiful bill, but that's what it is, the great big beautiful bill.
Sellers here telling you that we're not
what they
getting
say, they make
the
up
plan.
stories. And I saw they were interviewing a senator, and they said, well, what's wrong with their bill? He didn't know what to say. because there's nothing he could say.
So Russia sent the US a communique and reiterated the Donbass demand.
Death. It brings death. Now, if I'm a regular person and I hear that, I say, oh, that's terrible. But it's just the opposite. It brings life. It brings Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. It secures all those things. And they just are so bad. You know, they said death. It was like death. And there's nothing about death. Theirs is death because they're going to lose Medicaid. They're going to lose Social Security. They're going to lose Medicare. All of those things are going to be gone because the whole country would be bankrupt, and you're not going to have any kind of medical insurance. So with us, it's the opposite. And it's a great bill. We don't need any more. And I want to just say from the beginning, our message has been very simple. We will not be extorted on this crazy plot of theirs. They've never done this before. Nobody has. You always vote for an extension. Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats need to vote for the clean, bipartisan CR and reopen our government. It's got to be reopened right now. We're not doing that. They are the obstructionists. And the reason they're doing it is because we're doing so well. We're doing well all over the world. We're doing well with the close to $20 trillion that I just told you about. It will be that number. But even if you take it down to over 17, that's a guarantee. We're doing well with everything. Car plants are pouring back into our country. AI plants, we're leading. We're dominating China right now in AI. And I did something that I think you'd like because we have an old grid. It's a tired grid. It doesn't have the juice that you need to fire up these plants. You know, these plants will need more than double the energy we have right now for the whole country. That's how big it is. And we can't do that. There's no way we can do that. China is building right now 52 power stations. But I did something better. I'm letting everybody build their own power plant so they'll become like an electric utility in addition to AI. But if they want to build their own plant and we get their approvals within less than a month, it used to take 5 years prior to rejection. Sometimes a guy in Louisiana, they had one that took 12 years and then they got rejected. I got it approved in 2 weeks when I got into office. That was the first term. And the plant is up now, and it's been a great thing for the state. I did it twice, actually. I got 2 of them that were dead after 12 years, and I got them approved, both of them, in less than a week. And that's what we're doing. Lee Zeldin, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job, Environmental Commission, I have to tell you. He knows that we have to get them fast, and we're getting them fast.
We're leading China
so we're
in
leading
the AI
China
race.
in the AI race by a lot. Under Biden, Democrats voted 13 times for continuing resolutions to keep the government open. And all we want is simply to ask them to do it once again. They always voted for it. They never voted against it. Nobody votes against it. But they do that, and they do. It's partially my fault. I mean, I'm watching you, and I'm looking at all these great faces that I've seen, really great people. I think with few exceptions, a couple of you I don't like that much, but with few exceptions, great people. And you look at what they do, and you look at the game they play, and it's a horrible game. And, you know, we have the hottest country ever. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I say this, I'm sure you've heard me say it, but I was over in the Middle East, and the King of Saudi Arabia and others also said essentially the same thing. They said, you know, President, a year and a half ago, your country was dead. We never thought we'd see this. And right now, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We do. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world, which tells you about leadership, and that includes your leadership. So as you know, my door is always open to anyone. It's not like that AOC. How about her, where she said, she's talking about having rebellions and everything. She said, well, my door is always open. But she's not the leader. I'm sure the leaders felt very nicely about when she said her door is open. Who the hell wants to go into her door anyway? She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She's the one that started. You know, I remember, I'll never forget, she never took a course on the environment. And I watched her one day, and she was on television. She said, yes, our planet will be dead within 12 years. That was a long time ago. Our planet was supposed to be dead. Remember the 12-year theory? We were environmentally dead. Now, these people, they've got an agenda that nobody quite understands. The good news is they don't understand it either. They really have no idea. But the people do. The people understand. We're giving you the biggest tax cuts in history. All of these things. it all adds up that we should
S&P
do
500 turns
fantastically well in the
negative, last down
midterm. The
around
only thing
spot
wrong with the midterms is
0.02%.
that
As Trump said, maybe the
statistically,
meeting
when you
with
look,
China's President
a
Xi
president gets
won't
elected,
happen.
and nobody, even the great John Thune,
You
cannot
hear this
explain to me,
news squawker?
for some reason, even reasonably good president.
Hold on a second here. You hear this tick maybe? I can't hear the other. I got to do a suppressor or something.
Somebody's going to explain there might be some dark, deep psychological reason where they want to vote the opposite way. I don't know what it is, but we have to win the midterms. Otherwise, all of the things that we've done, so many of them are going to be taken away by the radical left lunatics. I mean, we're going to end up with a communist mayor in New York. Can you believe it? A communist. Remember, I would always say, we will not have a socialist elected in our country. Remember, I'd say that all the time. And I was right. We skipped socialists. We got a communist elected. So I didn't tell a lie. I didn't tell a lie. I was right. We'll have a communist, not a socialist. But we've already seen the impacts of the dangerous game that they're playing. Democrats are causing delays in our air traffic control system. So important. We wouldn't have had, you know, there's Pete Buttigieg. He spent billions of dollars on fixing the air traffic control that used copper wire going into glass wire. Any union electrician here or any non-union electrician would say you can't hook copper into glass. It doesn't work. They spent billions of dollars. They turned on the system, and it was stone cold blank. We're getting a brand new system. We have bids out now. We have 3 great companies bidding. And I want one bid. Sean Duffy's doing terrifically. I want one bid. I want just bid, and they're responsible for everything. Not
just note here, this is not news driven.
Every contractor,
this selling
they're all
is
running
not
around.
news driven.
In the end, if one of them
disregard,
does a bad job,
like
we want to be able to blame somebody. And it's going to be one of the very big companies because
disregard the like or financial juice saying there's no deal with Russia. Don't listen to that shit. This is expected. These fucking, we're taking out all of their sell side stops right now. So they're just like hammering, and they're not going to stop hammering. They're going to hammer. They're going to hammer at 674, 674.27. Likely we trade 675 though, even possibly 676 before that big roll. So be careful listening to the news right now.
We'll say this, that we have Darth Vader. You know Darth Vader, right?
Who the fuck is Darth Vader?
Is a man who, I think he's sitting right. Is that Darth? Stand up, please, Darth Vader.
Darth Vader?
Stand up. Does everybody know?
Darth Vader?
They call him Darth Vader. I call him a fine man. But he's cutting Democrat priorities, and they're never going to get him back. And they've caused us, and they've really allowed us to do it. And by the way, thank you. You're doing a great job.
I don't even know what the fuck you're saying.
So, really a great job. Because many of the things that they're cutting, like the New York project, $20 billion, they're not going to get it back. I mean, they're not going to get a lot of things back. They may not get it back. Maybe we'll talk to them about losing all the things that they wanted. But
we're losing a little bit of audio. That's not me.
We don't
want.
Oh,
it is me.
Things that are just so bad for our country. And we're cutting those things out. So while they thought they were doing maybe bad, maybe indirectly they're doing good. The cynical comment that they've made all over the place, and all of their cynical remarks proves beyond all doubt that Schumer is a Darth Vader as your man? Partisan, but we knew that.
Luke Skywalker,
he's somebody that's in deep trouble. He's losing in all of the polls. He's even losing
just saying
to
Luke
AOC
Skywalker's my guy.
3. Remember plus
He's
3?
over there.
What happened to the plus 3? Are they still around? I had one. I met the
He's
when
like
I was at
Darth
the United
Vader.
Nations.
It's our buddy over there. We call him that all the time when nobody's paying attention.
And I say, I have somebody I'd like to give back to you. He said, no thanks, we don't want her. He didn't want anything to do with her. But today I'm calling on every Senate Democrat to stop the madness, to let our country get back. In the greatest moment in the history of our country in terms of wealth, in terms of job creation, and in terms of investment coming in, these guys go on strike. It's really a shame. So I'm asking them to be smart. It's not working. They're getting killed in the polls. The public understands what they're doing. They're doing the wrong thing. And with that, I just want to say welcome to the White House. When we're finished, they do a great job. When they're finished, we're going to all come in. It'll be a little crowded, but that's okay. Into the Oval Office, we'll talk a little bit, a couple of minutes. Got some interesting things. And I think I'd like to have, if I could, John, come up and say a few words, and we can close it out. And by the way, this is an open mic. It's open to the world. I think they can hear me out on the street. If anybody wants to come up and say after John, say it. We're all friends, and you can speak your heart out. But we've got to get our government open, and the Democrats are trying to keep it closed. Thank you. John, please.
Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Well, Mr. President, thank you for having us. This is the 4th week of the Democrat shutdown, but we are all here today because your Republican team in the Senate is unified. This is now the longest full shutdown in history, but everybody here has voted now 11 different times to open up the government, and we are going to keep voting to open up the government, and eventually the Democrats, hopefully sooner or later, are going to come around. But, Mr. President, your agenda is the right one for this country. This is your team. We are your partners in achieving and implementing the agenda that you campaigned on and the American people voted for. And you just mentioned it has been a series of promises made and promises kept.
We're expecting more, too.
Whether it's national security, whether it's the border, whether it's the economy, taxes, regulations, energy, Trump newborn accounts, school choice. You look at what we've accomplished so far. It is a remarkable, remarkable team and a record of accomplishment that can't be matched. And I would argue, at least in my time here, but perhaps in all of history. So thank you for your leadership, and we will continue to be good partners and work with you to get the work done for the American people. And let's hope that the Democrats get wise and starting perhaps even today, vote to reopen the government so we can get back to work for the American people.
Dude, they're talking about fucking Darth Vader. How the
Mr.
fuck
President,
are you
thank you for
supposed to,
having us at your home. You have beautiful homes, and thank you for everything you're doing to make this such a beautiful place. This is America's house. We're delighted to be here. Thank you.
Okay, so he didn't really touch too much on, he talked a lot about China. He didn't talk too much about Russia. I was expecting something about Russia here. We had nothing. Just go over here and look at something with me here. So just a word of wise to y'all out there. We did lose Trump. He didn't mention anything about a Russia deal. That sucks. That's what we were looking for. Can you hear that? Did you hear that? That concludes comments. Dude, where is the, now I've lost my, fuck me. Hold on here. Do I need another capture maybe? Another audio capture? I'm having problems here. I'm all kinds of fucking problems here. I'm a hot mess today again. Apologize. Audio input, audio microphone, capture desktop audio. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that is. I lost my audio again. I'll work on this in the background. Okay, so we already know so we already know that we're looking to roll here, right? And the idea was to come up here, or the thesis would be to come over here and roll down to the downside today for expiration eve. But with this move higher into the bell yesterday, successful roll higher into the bell, you can't hear that. I can fucking hear that. What the fuck is going on here? Capture mic. Ad source. Okay. Financial juice, maybe? Okay. Check. I don't know what the fuck this would be. I'm assuming that. Let's see if this works. Nope, that's an echo. That's wrong. This is all fucked up. That would mean that my desktop audio has to move. Okay, couple things. So we'll get back to this really quick. I'll work on this in the background. So just a few things here. Because of this upside move into the close yesterday, I'm looking for a smash to this level here. We already did it, kind of. But then one more up in here. And then you roll. Now, this can take place today. We can hit this one right here into this bell. Then you get your proper Vixpiration bloodbath. So Vixpiration is here. This is Vix Eve. If we had hit this and then the close, I would have been fine with that, and then jackknife down. But that didn't happen. All right, I would have been fine with this. You didn't beat that low. Vixpiration. So because of where we are just in here, you guys understand what this all means? So maybe we'll draw that back. So you've got this right here. Watch this closely, okay? Like right down in there. Actually, more importantly, it's right down there. It's somewhere in here. It's these red candles right here. One right there, one right there. So you expect these guys to come in right here. So you're expecting these guys to come in and sell us down into today's open, right? You see where they are? That didn't happen. We squoze up yesterday late. And when we did the yesterday late, you're now contending with these guys up here. So the first sell came in right here. And whipsaws down. But, you're going to hit this one here. Whipsaws down. This one right here. And then finally should work. Now, the problem here is that we've done everything that needs to be done here. We've already wiped out that 4-hour candle, wiped out that 4-hour candle, wiped out that 4-hour candle. Theoretically, like more than the 80% of it. So the only two ways that I see here is up to sell this, or we break this. So if you start to see this break, here, I don't care about that. That held up just fine. So I would need to see the new low. Even this low right here, I would take. You ever start selling this down? I might be willing to sell that right there. Take that one to the new low and then get out of here. But not yet. So for right now, you can see it, right? They're still here. Smash, smash, smash. Sent back down, but still up is the way. Same thing with this price action right here. So I would at least need to see the new low. I'd be willing to sell this right here. This is 670.69, and I think that matches up with what I've got here. So, like, there's your hourly trigger. If we could get down here, maybe we want to sell all that, but not quite yet. So way is still higher, not down yet. Said yellow line, but it's not. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is the yellow line. We'll make that yellow just to keep it. This is the sell line, basically. If you want to sell the market, it's basically down underneath here. So still bullish here. And still about to squeeze. Hold on there. Yeah, sorry for the air drums. I've got real I've got like audio. I've got some audio issues here and I don't know exactly what to do with it. I gotta probably do a private stream or something, or I gotta do a stream and like play this shit in the background. Think that I'm playing it right now and I can't hear it. I think what my problem is that my desktop got kicked off of its audio. I think check. I'm just gonna check something here. Check. Okay, hold on. This might work. Okay, audio output capture VB properties. Close your ears for a minute. All right, we'll see if this works. Check. Oh, now the audio? Why is the audio picking that up? Check. 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 See if we can hear this. S&P ticks, maybe? Seriously, stop that shit. Think I'm right here? Hold on. Check. Monitor and output. Monitor mute output. Monitor off. I should be able to hear it, though. Monitor and output, maybe? Check. Shouldn't hear that either. You can hear that. You shouldn't be able to hear that. Like my suppressor's all fucking bad or something? No, I got all my filters on there. I can't hear them speaking right now either. I got the tick strikes on too. Fuck me. Oh, I heard that. Did you hear that? I heard that. Okay, we'll try this again. We'll try it again. We got monitor and output for desktop. We might have to fuck with it a little bit. God, I hate doing this on a live stream. It like if I wasn't on a live stream, it would take like 5 minutes. I've got like virtual audio cables and virtual mixing boards and a bunch of audio going to fucking 3 different places before it gets to you. So I just got to make sure it's all routed properly. No, that was a tick count from Financial Juice. They every time we hit a new tick, it'll. You can't hear that. You can like look at this, not picking up my and that banging is me looking to see if you can hear me. You shouldn't hear that, but you can.
The Toronto Stock Index falls to a 3-week low, down 1.9% on the day.
You're not hearing any reverb with that guy's talking, can you? That guy that just spoke? Look at these fucking bears. Hate fucking goddamn fucking up there just launching big fucking volcanic boulders from up on highs. Just rage. And the news isn't helping. So I had what I did was I did an audio source for Trump, and it like disappeared as soon as I turned off YouTube. So I'm assuming that it only will come on if I do. Maybe it's a YouTube audio source only. Only when I put YouTube on will it play. I think that's possible. It might be a new feature from Streamlabs that I don't know about. I think that works. Let's try this and see if it works. That's the yellow line right there. And they have Windows AI turned off on Windows 11, and it doesn't matter. They turn it back on.
The Trump administration backs effort for US-Kazakhstan tungsten mine deal.
I need to check this.
The US could provide debt financing for access to Kazakhstan's tungsten.
Audio output capture. Give me like 5 minutes here. I gotta check this again. Hold on here.
19 EU leaders, including Merz, Macron, and Meloni, call for EU to review, reduce, and restrain legislation to reduce burden on businesses in letter seen by sources. "19 EU leaders call for a systematic review of all EU regulations to identify rules that are superfluous, excessive, or unbalanced."
Just a note here. Hold on. I'm losing power at my house here. Hold on a second here. Sorry about this. Hang tight here. I have a lot going on here with some construction stuff too. Apologize for that outage.
"19 EU leaders call for modernisation of EU competition law and acceleration of merger control and state aid procedures at EU level." Rubio and Iraq's Prime Minister discussed efforts to finalize US commercial deals in Iraq.
All right. Coming back now. Not off. Dude, why do I have audio output over here? What the fuck is that thing? I don't know what's going on. There must be changes to, there's got to be changes to Streamlabs or something going on. Still here, right? Market's still here. Okay, so we're gonna go to the trigger screen here. Dude, what is going on with like that one right there? Okay, that's wrong. This whole thing is wrong. Like, oh boy, here we go. That goes there. Leave it over here. Thank you. Appreciate it. I don't know what is going on with that. I got all kinds of problems going on here. That is all that needs to be. And this needs to be here. We could bring that down, couldn't we? That shows the time now. Okay, I apologize for all of this. I'm having like real problem. Like past 2 days, I've been having. What is going on with this? And the past 2 days, I'm having problems with like Streamlabs right now. Some real wonky shit going on with Streamlabs. Okay, can we see this? Okay. Let's go in here just to remove all this. I'm going to give you guys a expectations for the public stream. And then we're going to switch to a private stream. Dude, what is going on? What is this? Calculation failed, remove, okay. Pivots. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Like, I'm assuming that there's still little gremlins in the background. So we know these guys are up here. We know that we touched them in the bad spot right here. It doesn't, like, one of the worst things about TradingView is it doesn't show you enough information. TradingView doesn't. It doesn't pull enough data. I don't know how Webull gets their data, but they get all the data. It's Chinese, right? So of course they're going to get all the data. So you're not going to see the ticks that you need to see on TradingView. That's what I feel like about TradingView. Or that's why one of the things that I don't like about TradingView. So we do know that we came up here on. I just want to show you that. I mean, this looks kind of clean here, but you get the gist, right? We got up here on Friday. And rather than this big sell to the downside for VIX separation, we came in here on a Monday and Tuesday saying, nope, way is higher, right? And then for Tuesday VIX or pre-VIX expiration over here, this is Tuesday at 9 a.m. We did not get the high that we're looking for on Monday to roll to the downside, right? So that keeps the market alive to the upside. Whether you know that or believe that or not, keeps the market alive to the upside. And not only that, we've erased all these 4-hour candles already. If you look at this, just so you can see that high tick right there. Erased, 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 and erased, right? This implies that we're going higher. Now, we are looking for, of course, on all-time highs, for all-time highs, a sell, right? Selling is normal on all-time highs. Sometimes you get extensions and stuff, but we normally do a pullback. So we have not hit these targets yet, have we? We have not hit, like, 675 is up here. Make this one whitish. That's kind of the target right there. Now, there's something else in here too. The market can stay a little bit more alive if there's no all-time high. So we need to know where that is. That's right. We can delete this in a minute here, but this is 674.07 is your all-time high. So we're not looking higher than this. There's potential to go to 76. I wouldn't, I mean, maybe. I would think that what you're gonna, the plan here is to sell this all-time high, but closer than you think. I would be a seller here and here, somewhere in there, but I think it's the first one is right here. First target we've hit already. So you've got the 672 and change. We've already hit it, right? Got the 672 and change right here. We've already hit that one. So the only one left is this one right here. And that's this trade right here-ish. There's your all-time high. We already knew this. We already knew this was happening somewhere right in here. So we've got this upside move here. Now, what does that trigger is the bigger question. And you know what that is, right? The half-back trade, one more plunge down, then you can come back up and we can break above, right? Kind of see that makes sense, right? We've got something else going on here, though, too. We've got a bunch of dates. So we've got, let's watch this one right here. You've got, Wednesday, 9 a.m. You've got VIXy, Vixpiration. You can call that right there. That's fine with me. You've still got this like Vixpiration in here. So, you know, the jackknife is still there. I want you to realize that this is why I'm doing this part in public is no matter what Netflix's earnings are, even if we squeeze up here, only to come back down for Vixpiration. And you've got other dates that are important here. You've got end of month. Last day of the month over here. 31st, Halloween. You've got stacked earnings in here. Stacked. You also have this 682.50. I'm assuming this is the target. But I don't think we hit that target. I think it's more something like this, like up, right? Jackknife down, more reports, of course. And then you get the 682.50 end of month over here. I don't think you get it right now. The big question is, of course, like, is this a bad thing? Back up again, and then we hit that one right there. We take out the all-time high. Break below right there. And there's your there in a month. Now, there is a problem-ish here. There is a problem. We've got a bunch of crap. We've got like Trump tariffs. I mean, there's some fucking vol here. So we've got Trump tariffs. Those go into effect on the 1st. If there's no meeting with Z, and he tried to talk that shit down today. It is October 27th until November 1st. That shit starts right here. God damn it, I keep hitting cap lock. Can't get used to this new fucking I get used to this new fucking layout, this board. Come on, fingers. Trump Z. This is in here. From tariffs, November 2nd, and the month. We got rate decision. This is already, you'll hear people say this is already priced in. Rate decision's already priced in, so you're not going to get a squeeze. Yeah, if you come up here and you sell into that rate decision, you blow the volatility off and it's going to moon anyways. Maybe not that high, but you get like the volatility, you get your rate cut, everybody's happy. And then you've got October 28th. GTC. We're talking about some fucking, like, you got GTC in here, APEC and Trump, rate decision, Trump tariffs on the 1st. And our fucking target is 682. And this is where Marco is too. Marco is right here. He got pushed up Marco went higher. It doesn't show here, but Marco went higher, like right here. Not this one. He went higher in here somewhere. So he's up here now. He's higher. These are polo sellers here. Young gym bros. They're weaker. But this does call into question two things. I think I said this earlier. I'm gonna leave some of this for the private stream, but there is a fucking way. There is a way to wrap this. I don't think we're gonna do this. This is like a 15% chance, but there is a fucking way if they really wanted to sell this shit early and leave options, and they don't want to wait for March or February for those options. The way you do it is you fucking squeeze. You get like Russia, Ukraine. I'm not shitting you. A straight melt up. Like smash these guys up here, new all-time highs. You get at Netflix earnings. Then you're rolling into Tesla earnings, IBM, ATT. They don't really matter. You get Intel in there. There's still some fucking earnings. They're still waiting. Most of them are after this time period, they're in this time period, but just this week you got Netflix, and then next week you got 46% of S&P. You get like all these tech earnings. 49%. It's either 46 or 49%. That's kind of fucking ridiculous, right? And 700's only right here. 696, 695, I think, somewhere in there. I think it's 690. I have to measure it again, but it was like 696 or something. And this is the extension shit. Let me just show you guys this on public. I can see the T's that it's there. Up, down, a rampo fucking rama, and then you get some kind of fucking deal. Oh yeah, I just wrapped up. It's like, yay. And I gotta say that because I was talking about it this morning in the stream. There is like just like looking at all this right here. I still have, like, if we fail this 652 or 682.50, if we fail that, I've got us going to like, like I think Mike Wilson said this too today or yesterday, but like I got fucking that one, and I got this one right here into like December. Like fuck your Christmas right there. If we were saving, if we were saving this down here, and maybe you get some bad reports, like fake bad reports, maybe not that deep, but like if you were up here into like middle of November, I can see that ramp up there. Like I can see this ramp into, like fuck around up here, right? Maybe you don't get the kick-ass shit that you're looking for. Mike Wilson's got a good point here. He really does, and I don't normally like Mike Wilson, but he does have a good point. I'm going to read this to you again. I think there's multiple outcomes here, and I don't think it's easy to trade. Mike Wilson was quoted with saying, not Mike Wilson, but Morgan Stanley saying, if there is no de-escalation into early November, this correction is likely to be larger than most are expecting based upon our conversation with various market participants. Let me read that shit to you. This should be a private stream right now, but, like when you're looking at all this shit here, right? If you're rolling down here, let's say, right, but then you get like kick-ass Netflix earnings, sell the news, of course, Vixpiration, you tie all that in, then you like bunch of big tech reports up here, and you got like APEC, and you got Trump. Now, I know Trump doesn't like a failure. He wants to say, yeah, we fucking solved Russia and Ukraine, and by the way, we've saved Christmas. Christmas is early. Now, what that does, if you do that, is if you did it early, I think this is a very small chance, but if you did that, you're not looking for this much. You're looking for, there's your 10, there's your 20, it's still there, there's your 20, it's still there. No, it's still there, there's your 560 right there. The bigger question, I guess, here is, do you save it for Christmas to do your 20? Do you do it now for the years out? There can be an argument here because when we entered bubbles, the next year we don't sweep the lows. If you did this right now, like you gets all the way, you come back down into December, fight your way up into the end of the year, and now you're not looking at any back testing for entering a bubble. You guys understand these concepts? Like, let me show you guys something here. This would fit the narrative of entering a bubble. I'll be honest. Let me just show you this from. This would be fucking insane. I'm not gonna lie. Let me show you something cool here. I've been watching this really fucking close because of this. What are we doing here? Give me a date. Come on. There we go. The reason I'm looking at this is because, let me show you this. When we entered the fucking bubble, the real bubble, not the fake ass bubble. There's 96 right here. We came up here, right? Check it up, right? Check it up. A check just like now in April, and then ram it. What's interesting about this 12-month fucking bar is that we didn't fucking check this goddamn candle, but for a fart. It's like we smashed up here, down here, and then it was off and running. Why can't I see that? Okay, there we go. The reason I'm saying that is because there are 4 different outcomes here. There's like an outcome where there's an outcome that we come up here, we fail to get the bullshit deals or anything. We do the Wilson thing and we start hammering down. There's another outcome where we do this early, believe it or not, 700, same hammer down. Now, if we did that before the end of this year, you would see a recovery, a new high, let's say end of the year, quick back test, and then we're off and running. This would be very close to the 1990s. The other option would be, or the other two options would be, we save this for the spring, for like December into February. If we did that, to blow that off, more than likely this would be worse than expected, right? Like plunge down. You would encapsulate all of this stuff up here. You could hit the, I might say don't hit the 592. You'd have like Trump and that shit fail. And if you could get into like the 15th, 17th of November without any more blood, and you're still in trend, you would get the street saying, okay, it's window dressing time, let's bring it up. Hit the 682, hit the 6,700 into the end of the year, and then you'd get your bloodbath. I just want you to know that there's like 3 or 4 outcomes that if you said to me that like this is what's going to happen, I would say, for where we are, yeah. The key takeaways here is that there are key takeaways here. The big one is this 682. There's definitely sellers up here, without a doubt, without a fucking doubt, they're up here. And this extension cannot be trifled with either. You get the right set of fucking news, and you're thinking we're going to do a 20% correction up here. You get the great news, we extend. This is how you, if you're counting all of this, you get the extension, and then comes your crash. So, and there's a bunch of flat correcting we can do in here too. Like there's some flat correction. If we did a big flat correction here, you don't need that sharp down move, and then we go up there and do it, hit it and hit it. Not that one. You'd hit this one, then that one. There are multiple outcomes here. I'm going to tell you guys right now. It's very rare to see this. Multiple outcomes are very rare to see those outcomes, and I can't assign more than like, oh man, I think the most probable outcome here is, if I had to guess, the most probable outcome here is the mean, right? So you come in here, maybe hit this one right here. We fade in a little bit of volatility, and then we're hitting the 700 end of year. That's probably the most probable outcome. But there are other outcomes. I just need you to know that for where we are in the market, there are other fucking outcomes. And I don't think that any of them are invalid right now. Truly not. Not invalid. Man, I would posit that if you get the big correction down in November, I don't know if we enter the bubble yet, but if we did this in November or before the end of the year and we recovered all of this to a new all-time high by the end of the year, January or just like December 31st, January first week or so, I'd be very afraid of hitting a bubble. I would put entering the bubble trade as almost a sure fucking thing. Almost a fucking sure thing. It's like too much walking, talking, acting like a duck. I gave it like maybe like a 15 to 30% chance going into next year. If we do this major correction off of 700, or even 82, there's even more potential for a bubble next year. I like the clean, easy recheck with new data, new trends, economy trends, and I like the idea of extending this out into December, February, and you have like all this data. The Senate's back in back in session. You can consume and know where we're headed, or not know where we're headed, but have some more data that you can price into the market for a bubble and all that kind of shit. There's some fucking grift going on here. There is. I don't know why. To justify a bubble, entering a bubble, I guess maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of secret. I can see it. There's like a lot of like the market is not telling the truth right now, or maybe looking for justification to enter a bubble without like if you blew off. You guys don't understand. If you blow this shit off, if you blow this off early up here, it's like 700, and then you jackknife down. You're blowing off all that monthly velocity, all that quarterly velocity. Market can go fucking moon. It can enter a bubble legitimately. That was one of the hallmarks of the 90s was how they got into the bubble and traded the bubble were these monster fucking drawdowns without entering a bear market. That's how you get into a goddamn bubble like that. So someone's lying here. I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's the street lying to enter the fucking bubble. I don't know if it's someone's fucking lying here. I just don't know who it is, or how it plays out. But there's a lie being told in the market right now. Normally, you can fairly easy get an idea of where we're headed, and unless something changes to change your outlook, you pretty much know where we're going. We're entering this phase of uncertainty in major market direction. And I don't mean today, I mean like next year and shit. They're hiding where we're going. Anyways. I'd be watching this tier 2. Whatever this roll is to the downside over here. This gets sucked back up again. And all this talk, like looking at gold right now, I'm looking at gold. Fucking gold is telling you the war is over in Russia. That's what it's telling you. So if you get the war over in Russia and Ukraine, and then you were to have some kind of a deal between China and the U.S. of at least not raising any more tariffs right now. That shit ain't priced in. I know that it isn't. That's a 150-point move higher. The Russia-Ukraine's a 150-point move higher. And there's your 60s. You know, there's 662, 660. I mean, that's fucking 720 right there. So, this could be pricing in war too, the end of the war. 652, where's the low? 646. They could have already known. Anyways, expectations. If you're on free stream, public stream, expectations, if you want to know, for right now, still up here, still up here. Unwilling right now to sell. I am unwilling right now to sell, and I read someone earlier say that. Damn it! I got a bunch of doors open in my house for construction, so I got like fucking flies coming in here and moths and all kinds of shit. I do want you to know that I'm unwilling to sell. Unwilling to sell this. And you should be unwilling to sell it too. unless we break this bear flag up here. I need to see the break of this with a new low, to be honest with you, and then start selling it like right there. I'm down for that sell there, but it's just like pound, right? Pound, 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 pound. I'd also be a seller above. I'm also willing to be a seller whether this takes place with NVIDIA earnings. I'm a seller up here too. That's that 674 and change trade or whatever. I'm a seller there. I'm a seller underneath this stuff. But I'm not willing to be sell side on this. And I think they can easily take your fucking stops right here. You get the Netflix print after the bell. That's where you should have sold. And then we can start fucking cratering. This is what I think happens. Draw it in here. I think for me, I think it's like 674 and change. And then comes your jackknife. And there goes your that's what I think it is, just like that. You take this trade almost all the way. You got some potential down here too for like a little bit of blood. There's a little bit of chance of that fucking shit going all the way down here. Can I do that? No party fucking time over here. But it's the tick for me. Okay, take all your fucking stops, reset your ass, and then it's whammo, whammo. You get the ETH. You get the bloodbath. And then we're ramping in FOMC, Trump. And if they're wrong with the FOMC, then I like where the FOMC sell the news, Trump sell the news, didn't get it, then I see the drop over there. The way is not higher. You go up there for the end of the fucking month. There's the 8250. There's our boy. There's our boy Marco up there. Marco gets another fucking chance to sell this shit down and under. And you're fucking cratering. And this has an extension still in there for 700. So each outcome has some consequence. And what does that mean? It means you got to stay the course. It means you can't dick around selling this shit until it actually fucking rolls. The same thing is the same shit is gonna matter over here too. Like you can't automatically just sell Marco. And just think it's gonna be a fucking crash. Like come back in, hit that daily trigger, hourly trigger, start making new highs. You got to take the trade to 700 for the extension. So there's a lot of ifs, whats, where, or bends right now. Yeah, I know that looks like a bear fucking flag too. I hate, like, bear flags don't mean shit. They don't mean shit. Bull flags don't mean shit. I don't trust any of this stuff. This is like a fourth tier tool, like traditional charting. It's literally fourth tier. You can't even trade it. You'll blow yourself up. The only thing that matters in this traditional charting for right now is this. That's all I can see that matters. And an unclench potential. We didn't get it today because of Friday. excuse me, not Friday. You got Friday here, and then you didn't get it on Monday. So like one more maybe. The expiration's not until here. That's all I've got. I could fucking give you all 4 of those outcomes, and they would all look legit. They would all answer. They would all answer the question. And the only thing that bugs me here is this. The only thing that really bugs me here is I still can't get over is the back test. You know, that's a fucking monster year, and that's a fucking monster year, and that's a fucking monster year, and that's a fucking monster year. I mean, just look at that. That's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Look at that shit. That's the year 2000. And that's fucking vertical. And the most fucked up part of this is we don't go back and check the prior. It's like minimal. So what they're doing is they're fucking, in the 90s, what they were doing was they were burning off the fucking monthly and quarterly. They were burning off the monthly and quarterly velocity inside of the year. Rather than like having a year and pulling back or whatever. It's like inside of the year you're getting crashes. So like seatbelts, but long ad on anything. So what is my point behind that is
U.S. Senate Minority Leader Schumer says, I reached out to Trump today.
So you're at the end of a year. Theoretically, you're at the end of a goddamn year. And if you were to do like that big upside move, and then you jackknife this fucker down before the closing bell of the 31st of December, you could like climb back up.
Schumer says, I urge Trump, sit down and negotiate with us.
Small seasonal low, and then just start fucking ramping.
Currently, Schumer speaking to reporters.
Anyways, it doesn't matter. The only thing you need to know is this right here. I got this at 675, but it should be lower. It should be like 694.90 or something. Let me just check this really quick. Trigger screen. I want to go to a 1 minute really quick. Try to clean this up a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. Move that right over there. This is Wednesday, Tuesday. I'll give you till Wednesday, or I'll give you till Tuesday close. This doesn't match up right. Wednesday, 9 a.m. Oh, I think that's 9 a.m. Wednesday, 9 a.m. So that's Wednesday, 9 a.m. to sell. We crank up on this. And I'll give you a cleaner target here. What is going on? Hold on here. Show this really quick. They're right there. Right here. We already hit this one. So the next trade is up over there, and then bam, 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 up into the sellers up here. And only if we lost this trend here, not even this trend. Only if we, I shouldn't say only if we lost this trend. If we start losing velocity, I'm down. I'm down for that trade, but it's a long ass way down, so we don't need it right now. 1. This gets you up. You're 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the dump. And there's also your classic fucking distribution right there, like classic distribution. Wham underneath. You can already see it right there. You can see it right here. Up. There's your fucking, you broke higher. Now you're gonna fucking, this is your cranker right here. If you're a bear, you might be counting this like this: 1, 2, 3, and this is the start of a 5. But you can't take that fucking trade unless you're under here. This is where the money is in that trade, and the money is on this trade right here. So we're here on this trade right now to do this one. So the way is higher unless something else changes. Netflix misses, something like that. You need to be underneath this to change the outlook. Okay, close all that. Let's take a look. Let's just check velocity here and see if there's something we're missing. I'm still having problems here. Yeah, it's up. Way is higher. Okay, so that's for the public stream. I'm going to close the, just a warning to you, if you're a bear, I know you want to sell this. If you're volatility gang, I know you want to sell this. I get it. I wanted to sell it too, but Friday's close, Monday, Friday's close begat what would happen on Monday. On Friday, I told traders we're going up. And then yesterday, I told traders, don't fucking sell this close yet. I know you want to. I wanted to, but we're not where we need to be with price right now to do that. Like, I don't believe in news. Like, I do, but I don't. The news should match where we are in price. Normally, that's what it does. Now, in this sell right here, we got some good data Russia's going to do a ceasefire, and then we got the ceasefire deal was rejected. So you can see that there's manipulation going on right now, and the tape is picking up any excuse for why we're in this price action. You understand what I'm saying here? Like, you can't trust the fucking media right now. You can't trust socials, and you can't trust the ohm of the street right now. So they're just like making shit up as we go up and then down, and then if we begin to roll, they'll make up more bullshit. The Russia peace deal or whatever, but it doesn't match. So that's my point is, when you don't see these stories continue, like more information, more news drops, big front page article, they don't mean anything. They're just meant to amplify or whatever. They're excuses, for lack of a better way to say it. But so the way is higher here, unless we get something material that says otherwise, or a break in this price action up here. I mean, I fucking see it. I just don't see it right now. I know we're rolling. I think it's more over there. I think it's up here. And then we did the jackknife and get underneath that bullshit over there. So way is higher. We'll give them until Wednesday at 9 a.m. We'll push it out again, time or price, and up is the way, in my view. I'm going to end this stream. If you are a supporter or a pro trader or whatever you are, I'm going to restart this stream for the Netflix earnings, and we're going to review the rest of earnings that you want to review for this week and the stuff that's upcoming for next week. I didn't get to a bunch of it, so We have to do that and catch back up. And the bullshit with fucking AWS is non-stop. So I'm going to end this stream right here. If you kind of know where we are as a sell side, right? I'm going to tell you something before I end this fucking stream. All right? There's going to be some of you out there are going to be like, well, what do you care, Cap, if it goes up here? You can just put a fucking put spread and it's going to roll anyways. Like, yeah, there's other outcomes here. Like, you get a good at Netflix, they don't sell it. We're grinding sideways. Maybe your puts are not dated in the wrong time frame. You're up high enough. The jackknife is now within this fucking level. You don't catch the print. This is a fucking up bull buy the dip market. So it's not a sell market. Not yet. So if you're going to be tactful as a seller, I don't mind you kind of here and attempting to sell. I think I wrote that on Twitter today. I said, if you want to try that one, you can. And it looks like they did, right? I still like this sell up here better. If you're going to sell this fucking thing, I think it's lower. You really need to like see that fucking new low and then get underneath, underneath it being like here. And this is where the money shot is with the high probability making bank kind of a trade. You get what I'm saying? If you don't worry about it too much. If you're a buyer, you just hang out. Upside is the trade, and then we'll be back down here to try to scoop up another one, and more than likely down even deeper. I'm going to erase this half back right here. There's another dip for buyers to buy. But like any of this, like, oh my God, we could just drop and be dead and all that stuff, it ain't going to happen like that. It's going to be, it's not how it happens. We should be at some sort of resistance for that big jackknife move. There should be like bullish behavior. And you guys should be wanting to buy calls, and they just unload on your ass, like on an open. Not the most perfect, not the most perfect, like, not perfect, but you kind of like, I was looking at like max fear indicators this morning, and I was like, fuck me, man, they're doing it again. That shit stops us from going down. Like, whenever you see like max fear and we're in a high, that's just scream spot up, vol up. Options are cheap for the upside. I don't like fucking max fear like right here. I want like max fear and a low, like crushing bulls. Max fear where we are, not so much. Means you guys are loading fucking puts. So you're going to get ground out to fucking dust. I mean, they might just print, but it's not before they grind your ass to dust. Be extremely careful with that shit. Like, when I see that stuff, I don't like it. Like, the whole market's got it right. That's what you're fucking telling me? Whole market's got us going down right now. And the other problem here, too, is there's one other fucking problem here, which is retailers have been selling like motherfuckers. Like, retail is out right now. So, they ramp you up to 7 or 6. They ramp you up to 675, 682, 700. And you're all of a sudden fucking buying. And they just drop that shit on your ass. I would. So I don't like this at all, this setup. I could be wrong, but it'd be rare. It'd be fucking rare. So, and I see all the other outcomes, so I may get it. If you're like watching Gamma, or if you're watching counts or velocity, I think all those outcomes are valid right now. Market, I think I said this last week, which was market is likely going to
senior
enter a
U.S.
phase
official, Trump to meet NATO Secretary General on Thursday at the White House.
The news, you can't trust each other, and you can't trust. Like I think I said a lot of bulls and bears can get fucked here. I think it's an equal opportunity thing. The market is being obscured in a lot of ways. And it's also riding on a bunch of other shit too, and legitimate stuff. It's riding on Trump tariffs do fucking
You're
matter.
behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Let's make a big, beautiful deal, people. Come on.
So just be careful. I'll leave you with that. Be fucking careful. Like I almost want to say revert back to just your rules and goddamn price action. And like literally turn the fucking news off. Turn off FinTwit, turn off Wall Street Bets, turn it all off. Just like turn that shit off. Turn it all. Turn fucking Wall Street Journal and the Bloomberg Terminal and CNBC, like turn all that shit off. Because you got crazy cross news currents, cross information that has nothing to fucking do with you making money. I'd put it at like max right now, and likely doesn't stop until mid-November.
In 10 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from Bank of England's Man, who's speaking in a fireside chat at Lazard Board of Directors dinner.
I'm going to go into a private stream now. Remember, the market closes at 4:15 right there.